It's Saturday night, August 12th, 2023, 11 p.m., and you are joining me for our second playthrough of Suspects, Claire Harper Eternal Detective. You're watching Co-op for Two, by the way, if you don't know. I'm glad to have a bunch of people in the chat to join me. Yesterday, we spent 6.5 hours playing the first case, and I gave my whole spiel about why I really need a group to play this game, because the first box of Suspects I played, I had a very mixed feelings about. I was determined that we were going to make this a different experience with this box. And basically, we went right into the buzzsaw yesterday and had the same sort of mixed feelings about this box as I had with the last box. Anna, our chief detective, just dipped out and said, I'm done with this series. I had a slightly warmer feeling about it, but still some problems. I've posted on Board Game Geek our primary disagreement with the writers of the case. I'm not going to say anything about it. I don't want to spoil it if you haven't played the first case. There are 3 cases in this box. This playthrough will, of course, be full of spoilers. You can only play through it once. So if you think you want to buy this game and play it yourself, you should stop watching before we actually begin. You can come back and watch this video afterwards to see how you differ from us. But a reminder, and especially the case for this Suspects box, I'll be asking for your thoughts when we finish playing it. Probably won't take us 6.5 hours today, but it could take us a good number of hours. If you keep a pencil and paper nearby while we play, jot down notes about your favorite parts, your least favorite parts, any game design issues, so that when we talk about it afterwards, you'll remember what you wanted to say. All right, a little bit of bookkeeping first. Greg and I spent a day, what day was it? Thursday. We spent Thursday. I've been playing games all week. I took off Thursday, and Greg and I got together and spent a day playing Forbidden Jungle and a couple other small games. And we recorded a long review, a short review, and a full playthrough. Those have been edited. They've been uploaded to YouTube. They're just waiting for Greg to sign off on them. Basically, after I edit a video, I have to pass the outtakes past Greg. Not really many outtakes in this set. So those should be up and are ready to watch on Sunday afternoon. Sunday at 3, we'll begin the next letter of Dear Holmes at 3 p.m. And I think that'll be it for Sunday for me. So the third case of Suspects will have to wait till Monday or Tuesday. And then also next week, sometime early next week, we'll play the latest Deadbolt Mystery Society box called Pale Horse or something like that. And then we've got some other games to get to. Anything else to catch up on in the chat? At some point tonight, I'll give you a little taste test of a new soda, flavored seltzer that Greg's wife Jill told me about that I really like. Matt says, where did you post your thoughts on BGG? I don't see it in the guild. I posted my question about Suspects on the Suspects forum. I always try to put after we finish playing through a game, I try to write a little 1-paragraph quick mini review on the video and then cross-post that to the game section on Board Game Geek. So I posted my question about Suspects on the Suspects second box forum. All right, so let's look at what we're playing today. Yesterday we played Shakespeare's Tears. I thought when I saw the subtitle of this box that Harper, this was going to be like supernatural, eternal. That's a weird word, eternal. And so I thought it was a hint to supernatural stuff. It doesn't look like it is. Instead, it looks like it's Claire Harper through the ages, from when she was a kid in 1921 to midlife, 1948, that's what we're playing today, and then late in her life, 1971. This whole box is sort of framed as Agatha Christie style games. So we're seeing her origin stories, I guess. All right, so we're playing Dead on Arrival. And I'm not going to go into all the specifics of the mechanics of this game because we went through them yesterday. But here is our cover sheet for Dead on Arrival. I think what we saw was this is the first Olympics. Is that what this is that we're looking at? The first Olympics Games. 1948, though. So how old is Claire? Probably like 37 years old, something like that. Maybe it'll tell us. Okay, so we need the stack of cards and the solution. So we put the solution aside. We put the cards off to the side. And we begin by reading this sheet. All right, let's see what we've got here. Where are my cubes? Chapter 2, Dead on Arrival. Introduction. Wembley Stadium, London, Saturday, August 7th, 1948. On Saturday, August 7th, 1948, I was a spectator at the Olympic Marathon, which was almost certainly the spotlight event of these 14th Olympic Games. What happened there was a turning point in my life. I can still see the competitors preparing for the 42 kilometers that separated them from their spot on the podium. Thanks to William Lloyd, a friend of mine who worked at the BBC, a famous national television station that was covering the event, I had been able to get a ticket in the stands at the fantastic Wembley Stadium. The memory of that August day is still so vivid in my mind that I have a hard time writing about it in the past tense. Bang! The starting shot rings out in the stadium. It's 3 p.m. and the racers start off down the dirt track. The atmosphere is euphoric. The crowd rises to its feet, cheering loudly for the representatives of the 10 nations. The runners start off strong. They all fight for position within this shapeless mass of athletes, making it difficult to make out the men's faces, already showing signs of suffering beneath the blazing sun. The first competitors exit the stadium through the Royal Tunnel, and with the Olympic torch in the background, to take the roads around London. The spectators slowly return to their seats, their eyes riveted on the central pitch where the various disciplines resume. I sit down and put on my glasses to give my eyes some relief from the sun. I can't help feeling thrilled to be attending the first international post-war event. I'm so absorbed by the events unfolding before me, I don't notice the time passing. Someone gently places a hand on my shoulder. It's William, my friend from the BBC. "Claire, there you are at last. Such a difficult time finding you in the crowd. Come with me. I need to take a look at something, and I need your opinion." Without a moment's hesitation, William winds his way off through the stands. I follow him as best as I can, slowed down by a woman who jostles me without even apologizing. After going down several flights of steps, I find myself outside the stands in a space marked off by a simple rope, reserved for sports journalists. William is here. "Earlier, I stood here to watch the runners leave the stadium. When I saw them coming, I met the gaze of one of the runners. It took me a few seconds to recognize him, and I think it was the same for him. My journalistic reflexes took over. I took out my camera to photograph him. I managed to get his face, but just before I pressed the shutter, he hid his number with his arm. Look." With these words, William reveals a state-of-the-art camera, then pulls a photograph out of its protective bag. To my astonishment, William explains, "It's a Polaroid, a real revolution in photography. You don't need to develop your pictures in a darkroom, and they're ready in 60 seconds. Take a look at this man. I'm sure that it's Gustav Mayes." We got a good look at one another, and one thing is sure. He can't possibly be here because he's dead. He takes a pen, marks something on the picture, and hands it to me. "Take card 1. Okay, so we're being told to take card 1 from this deck, which is right here. Okay, here's card 1. We're told he hid his number, aren't we? Which one is he? Okay, so he's showing us this Polaroid. And he says, he takes a pen, marked something on the picture. What did he mark? You see where he marked? I don't see any mark. Is it on the other side? Yes. All right, so he showed it to us, and then he wrote this on it. He says, this guy back here is Gustav Mayes. We'll read this in a second. The stifling heat and the crowd's excitement add an almost palpable tension to the moment. I look at the photograph, then at the Olympic torch. A thought crosses my mind. I get the feeling I'm not going to be able to enjoy my time off today. After studying the table below, take card 2. Be sure to look at the back of the cards. Some of the information is there. Okay, so it's telling us to pay a little bit more attention back of the cards today. All right, what have we got here? A little slightly different structure, but you remember the rules of the game. We're given the questions right up front. This is one of the unusual parts of this game. Which nation did Gustav Mayes run for? What was the purpose of the cheating? We don't know about any cheating, but where was Mayes while the medals were being awarded? And additional question, name the 3 runners who end up on the podium. So we can answer them at 3 different times. First, after the first 25 cards. And then we get a bonus symbol. We didn't see that in the last game, but basically occasionally you'll get a card that says if you found 3 of these symbols, you can get a card. So we're basically given a free symbol if we haven't found enough of them by now. And then we can guess again after 40 cards, and then we can guess again at the end of the game. The earlier we get something right, the more points we get. So ideally, we'd like to know the answer to all 4 of these questions before we draw the 25th card. Hard to do, but it is possible. And then it says, after we study this, take card 2. Okay. So here's card 2. It's our friend William Lloyd. Remember, we're supposed to look at the back and front of these cards. All right. So we're taking 2 cards and we're off to the races, literally speaking. All right, and then there's a couple big documents that we haven't been told to get yet. All right, so let's look at our 2 cards here, starting with our photo. So here's, looks like, is it the same? Yeah, it's the exact same photo, but he's drawn on this side. Okay. Polaroid photo taken by William Gustav Mays is clearly recognizable, at least to William. To show this photograph of Gustav Mays, place this card next to the person to be questioned. If the bubbles do not match, the person does not recognize Mays. If the bubbles match, you may take the card that's indicated. Okay, so it's just how we show it and talk to someone about it. And we've got a bunch of numbers, but Gustav Mays, we can't see his number, although it kind of looks like there's a 5 there. Let's get a little zoom in of Mays. No, it's his hand in the way. All right. Anything else to notice from this photograph? Not really. Okay, and he says Gustav Mays can't be here because he's dead. Let's see what he says here. So these 2 cards count as 2 cards, even though we were just given them. They still count as 2 of our 25 cards. William Lloyd, 31 years old, BBC journalist. William continues with drops of sweat beading on his forehead. He's talking about Gustav Mays now. I met him in 1944 during the war. At the time, I was covering the conflict for the BBC, following the Welsh Guard, a Welsh infantry regiment. In September 1944, the Welsh Guards conducted a joint operation with the Pyron Brigade from Belgium. The day before the operation, I had the chance to interview one of the members of the Belgian brigade, Gustav Mays, a veteran not to be trifled with. The next day, he was dead, blown away by an artillery shell. And that man, the one I saw run past, was him. It was Mays. Claire, my instincts tell me that something's up, but I can't go to the police with just a feeling. Here. Take this press pass. It will allow you to go anywhere you want. Also, here's the list of marathon runners that was given to the journalists by the organizing committee. It might come in useful. You came by motorbike, didn't you? We can use it to follow the race more closely if we need to. What do you think? And then it says take documents A and B. And if we wanted to, we could draw card 18 to ask more about Gustav Mays. Okay, so let's just get what we see here. It was in the war, World War II. He goes to talk to a Belgian brigade and meets Gustav Mays, who's a veteran, an experienced guy, not to be trifled with, who got blown up by artillery, according to people. But, I mean, you could see if someone got blown up, if they found the remains of a body, it would be easy to lie about who it was. So let's consider our options. Either he's faked his own death, he's got a twin brother, he could have been shell-shocked, knocked unconscious, and lost his memory. Lots of possibilities. Or he's involved in a scam, or it was some spy operation. Lots of possibilities. Okay, so now it says take documents A and B. So I guess we're going to get these 2 things right now. First, okay, this is pretty cool. We've got a map. Let's let you see this in full view. This is one of the highlights of this system. This series is these larger documents that they give you. All right, so here's the running path. And runner's current position is here. They're going this direction. We're on motorbike. It looks like we can't go this, we can't follow them on this part of the route, but we can follow them on this part of the route and stop off at the police officer at the Elstree crossroads. We could talk to that person, or we could go to the 30-kilometer checkpoint, go to the Kingsbury crossroads. We can't go by motorbike in this area, but we could go to the 10-kilometer mark. So I guess, let's see, and this is Wembley Stadium. So I guess the way we're supposed to understand, and we can go to 3 places within Wembley Stadium. I guess the way we're supposed to understand it is the runners have just are off. We're talking to him here in Wembley Stadium. They go this way. They already passed the 10-kilometer checkpoint. They're here. We could try to catch up to them right away before they continue. At some point, they're going to go beyond our reach. Then they'll eventually come back this way and get back to Wembley Stadium. So it's a little weird, this red thing. Like, what is it? It's telling us we can't go in these places, but it's a little odd that it's telling that, because like we don't have freedom to go anywhere except these marked places. So I'm not sure why they needed to make these red. It's not like we can go here either. And we don't know if these locations have any relevance to us. All right, that's the marathon route. And we're also told to get document B. Wow, look at this. Here's a dense piece of information. James says Gustav Mays feels like an anagram. All right, let's look at what we've got here. Athlete. So one of these people is going to be Gustav Mays under a false name. We've got some runners from Argentina, Chile, Canada, United States, and the UK. There are their names. Anyone using an anagram name of Gustav Mays? Maez, Gustav, but no B. That would be a good thing. Like if you're coming up with a fake name, is it somehow going to be related to the name, your real name, Gustav Mays? Doesn't look like any of those people are pure anagrams of Gustav Mays. And then let's look at trainers. All right, and here's the numbers. So we could actually eliminate some of these people right away, right? Because we do have numbers for some people. So I'm going to do the normal thing we did before until I make a copy. I'm just going to put my little paper here. So what's happening here? I see we have 2 columns. Here's another column of names. Let's check this for any anagrams or anything. Nothing jumps out at me. Okay, let's find the people that we know aren't Gustav. Like, because we know 234 is not Gustav. So I guess I've got to put something down here for these people too. Go down here. All right, you can see that, right? Okay, so we know runner 234 is not our guy. We know 269 is not our guy. It's over here. Who else do we see? 268 is not our guy. Any other numbers we can make out? something 32. There's only one 32. So I think that means it's not our Argentinian guy here, 232. Use a different pen just in case. What else do we have? 172, 272. Okay, it's not 272. Who else? It's a little hard for me to see there. Let me do it this way. 267. Did we already do that? 267. 270. Maybe I crossed out 272 too quickly. Is this guy 272 or 273? This guy here looks like 272, right? What's this guy's number? And this guy ends in a 5. But that could be... There is no 265 or 85. There's a 45. That's it. The only one that ends in 5 is 245. So that's got to get rid of our 245 guy. That guy who's ending in a 5, right? There. And what about this guy who has a 9 in the middle? How many of those do we have? Looks to me, we have a bunch. 292, 293, 294. So I guess we can't eliminate that 9 person. All right, anyone I missed that you think we could, any other numbers that I'm not eliminating? Let's see what the chat wants to say. If he was German and not Belgian, I would say historical look at Argentina. The photo on the front was slightly larger, might show up better. Okay, good idea. Very good. Oh, well done. Well done. That is better. All right, let's see. Oh, yeah, much better. Okay, so there's our 32, our 234, our 269. Let me just put it where I can see it better. Okay, there we go. There's our 269. Okay, we've got a 9 in the middle, but no way to know what's on the other side of it. So that's one of our 3 Turkish people. That's the only one with 9 in the middle. Let's move rightward. 268 we got rid of. 2 something 5. The only one that matches 2 something 5, the only number that ends in a 5 is 245. That's our Canadian. Here we've got a 231. Okay, so 231 I didn't cross out before. And then 272, we've got him. That's from the Netherlands. This is 231, right? Not 251? Yes, there is no 251. Okay, that's our 231. And then continuing on, we've got 267, which I think we already got. And then what number is this? Can't really tell, huh? Any thoughts on what number that is? Is it on the good camera? Yeah. You can see it better with this camera than you can with your plain eyes. I can't quite tell what that number is. Let me just see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 9. That's the one with the 9 in the middle. Okay, so the channel thinks they can identify what number that is. You think that's a 244, huh? It kind of looks like it's a 44 at the end, but it could be 64. Let's see. Well, we do have a 244, which is Canada. But let's see. We do have a 284. That doesn't look like that's it. We have a 294. No. So I think you're right. I think that's going to be our Canada 244. There's no 344, so it's if that's a 4 at the end, there's not that many options for it. If it's two double numbers at the end that are exactly the same, which is what it looks like, and they're 4s, then it has to be 244. All right, let's mark that with red. Let's say he's R 244, and it can't be 144 because everyone so far, I agree it looks like 144, but everyone so far is on the list, and we have the complete list. And if you look, the complete list starts with 231 and goes to 294. So I think this is the complete list, but I've marked it in red, so as if to say we're not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure. Okay, and so we've got athletes and we've got trainers. And each trainer, most trainers have multiple athletes. Or whatever that's worth. Okay, that's a lots of nice little dense stuff. All right, so we've got our maps and we've got our first two cards. Notice that those people that are running, we can't go talk to just because we want to. We have to have some way of talking to them. A magnifying glass might help. Yes, a magnifying glass in person might help. Typically, when I have the cubes, we can see better than a magnifying glass, but hard to know. And we could ask people about this photograph if we have someone to ask. All right, so the places we can go now are, we can question him about Gustav Mayes, or we could go to any of these places on this map. Those are our only two options, and we've seen 3 cards so far. All right, any thoughts? I mean, if we were to role play this as if time was passing, it might make sense to catch these guys in their current position before they leave. Like, I don't want to waste time and have them move on since we lose sight of them. I'm going to role play this and go here first. And then while they're on this path, we'll go do some other stuff. The locker room seems like a good place to go, and finding more about Gustav Mayes seems good. Okay, but I'm going to start by going here because maybe we'll get a glimpse of them that if we delay too long, we'll miss. I'm going to go to 17 first. All right, look at this. The runners at the 17th kilometer. This is the back of the card. Now, this icon doesn't have any meaning by itself. We might get a card that says you need 3 of those, but it's a symbol that's not explained in the rules. There's no special rules with it, even though it kind of looks like time. Okay, let's see. What have we got? We got some more numbers here, huh? But our problem now is we can't exclude people from being Gustav Mayes, right? Because here we see Gustav Mayes. We got his face. So we should be looking for someone with this face. So he's got short hair. Anything else about him? Can we see what his shoes are like? Not really. They're all in the same outfit. He's got short hair. It looks like he's got a little white spot in his hair too, doesn't it? Like a little discoloration here. Let's see if I can get this in a better camera. Feels like it's in the, not in the good camera. It is in the good camera. Okay. All right, so let's see if we can't find that. He doesn't have a beard. He's clean shaven. Let's see if we can see if any of these people are him. That could just be a part on his hair. So this could be him, right? But this is 268. What do we feel about 268? 268 we already eliminated. Okay, so that's not him. 248 is new to us, but that's not him because of his hair, right? So I'm going to now check off 248 as not being him. 281, same thing. That's a French runner. He's not got the hair color of our guy. So we've just crossed off 2 new guys. This guy we already saw. How about 243? That does not look like our guy, right? He's got a mustache. So I think we can cross off 243 unless he's grown a mustache recently. All right, and then we've got some people here on the left that no one here matches the description of our guy, right? So 246 we can now cross off. He doesn't look like our guy. 292 we can cross off. He doesn't look like our guy. That may have been the guy with the 9 in it. And what's this? 282 behind him? 282 is another French runner. We can cross him off. 283, another French runner. We can cross him off. 294, a Turkish runner. We can cross him off. So we crossed off a lot of guys. The only person that looks even a little bit like our guy is this guy, but he was already seen in our first photograph, 268 right here. So that's not our guy. Okay, so we crossed off a bunch more guys. And I suppose if we keep taking pictures of him, so we don't know where our guy is by this time. Is he ahead of them? Is he behind them? We don't know. Let's read this card now. John says, are we sure 246 doesn't look like him? All right, before I turn this over, let me see. Are we sure 246 doesn't look like him, says Jonathan. 246 is here. Are we sure 246 doesn't look like him? He does have a little hair coming down. Let's compare these two. So the question is, does 246 look like this guy? This guy looks Bond to me. Like, I feel like we're seeing Bond with a little bit of white in his hair. But I'll tell you what, I'll mark a little question mark near 246 just so that we know there's some question, but I feel like that's not him. All right, let's read the other side of this card. Your motorbike weaves its way through the crowd of runners, photographers, photographers, organizers, and onlookers with difficulty in the first half of the race. The runners stay relatively close together, and it's difficult to get near them. Beat up, Claire. I'll try to get a good look at them as we go by, William advises. You don't need to be asked twice, and you rev the Triumph Tiger 100's engine. As the marathon runners go by, William scans the faces of each one. Stop, stop, there he is, the man wearing number 268. we already ruled out the man number 268. How could it be the guy number 268? Because that guy was already visible. And William said that wasn't him. Like, William told us that this was Gustav. Now William says it's the guy wearing 268. So was there a switcheroo? There he is, the man wearing number 268. You screech to a halt, leaving a trail of rubber from your rear tire on the pavement. William leaps off the bike and starts to shout at the athlete while running behind him. Gustav Mays, I recognized you. I know who you are. The man acts as if nothing has happened, picks up his pace without even looking at William, who gradually stops running. He won't answer me. We can try to catch up to him a little further down the road, but I have a feeling he won't be any more talkative. If you have collected the other runner's position symbol, or as soon as you collect it, see the questionnaire, immediately reveal card 39. Then put cards 20 and 30 back into the box if you haven't already drawn them. So we only need 2 runner's symbols. Runner's position symbols. We found one of them. If we get another one, we can get card 39, which we will be given immediately if we reach 25 cards drawn. All right, how are we explaining this problem, though? There he is, number 268, says William. But we know he wasn't wearing 268 originally. But why isn't... I guess if you're William, you're only paying attention to this guy, so you probably didn't even notice that someone else was wearing 268. And now he claims that the guy running 268 is Gustav. He does have blonde hair, clean-shaven face, but I don't know how to make sense of that. Why would you switch? Who else is on the team with 268? That's a great question. Let's take a look at our chart here. So 268 is the Finnish team, Jukka Peltola, whose trainer is Albert Razanen. So 268, I'm going to put a little 17 here. This is where we were told that this is him. I'm very curious to go to the other marker points and see if he's wearing the same number. And Tina says it's a switcheroo with one of his teammates in the part of the motorcycle that couldn't follow them. Technically, isn't the arrow pointing to 268's arm? It doesn't make sense. I'll tell you why that can't be the case. Because William says he's blocking his number. Where is he? Let's see. He says it was Maze. Take this press pass. Where's our press pass, by the way? That he told us to take. Take this press pass. But he didn't give us it. All right, but either way, let's see. Here's what he says about his photo. Let's see. So he gives us this photo. He draws on it, pointing to this guy clearly. This is not the arrow you use to point to this guy. But we know for sure because he says Gustav Mays, his face is recognizable. Well, he's not saying there he can't see his number, but I really remember him saying he couldn't see his number. Let's see. William is here. he says, I took out my camera to photograph him. I managed to get his face, but just before I pressed the shutter, he hid his number with his arm. And he says, look at the photograph where he's hiding his number with his arm. So there he is, hiding his number with his arm. So this is our Gustav Mays. So the question is William losing his mind? And now all of a sudden, he's picked out a different guy. Or did this guy swap shirts? It almost sounds like maybe like William spotted him, and this guy goes to his teammate and says, quick, trade shirts with me so that I can stay hidden or something. But if William's eyesight is correct, this is our guy. So let's remember his face, because according to William, that is the face of Gustav Mays. All right, so I think maybe I do want to go to the other spots on the road. Look at this. Why has this got a clock on it? And the others are locations. We're not told anything special about the clock, right? That is not an icon that's explained to us anywhere. All right. I mean, I am tempted to go to the other places, but maybe we should ask more about Gustav Mays at this point so that we know who we're looking for. Maybe we've got some more information about him. So shall we go and talk to Gustav Mays, ask about Gustav Mays? Let's do it. Maybe he'll give us some background. As a reminder, because of the delays in YouTube, it's better if you have some place you want to go, you should just shout it out in the channel so that I see it when I next left. Well, when I next look. Okay, let's ask about Gustav Mays though. Maybe also we'll find out if William has some brain damage that's making him misidentify people. All right. Mays, I only interviewed him for a few minutes, but I could tell that I had a good subject. His regiment had nicknamed him the Pit Bull, because during one battle he defeated 2 Nazis with his fists alone. He knew how to hit them where it hurts. He was said to be a bit of a loner, willing to take on any job if it benefited him in some way, so I offered him an interview. He agreed in exchange for £20. I soon realized I was dealing with a mercenary type rather than a steadfast soldier. Our conversation confirmed it. Although he had a fierce hatred of the Nazis, he thought little more of the British, who had refused to allow the Belgian brigade to land in Normandy. Our conversation was fascinating, and I never would have imagined he would die the following day. To me, he seemed bulletproof. At the end of the battle, he was reported missing. One of the Welsh guards said he saw a shell explode right next to him. There was nothing left of May's body. It would appear that this comrade in arms lied to me. Okay, so Gustav Mays is a mercenary. So he may have been hired for this to somehow be in this race for some sort of scam, which isn't a crazy idea since one of our questions is, what was the purpose of the cheating? It feels a little bit like it's giving away the house, but okay. All right, well, what's it going to be next? This is a weird thing with the passing of time. It kind of feels like we'd be well advised to travel around the circuit with them. So we could go here where they've already gone past. It's weird. I mean, we're coming for here. It's a weird idea that we went there. Now are we going to back up? But doesn't it seem like we should go to all these points sooner rather than later? I mean, we're going to do it. All right, let's back up. While they're on this path we can't get to, let's go here and do the 10-kilometer checkpoint. Or, I suppose they've already gone past this, so there's no rush. But let's follow the path, role-playing it, so we don't miss it. Like, they've just gone past us here. Let's zoom ahead, tell this guy to keep an eye out. Yes, we also have these places here. I mean, I definitely want to go to those places, but let's talk to this guy. Maybe we can tell him to be on the lookout. 20. Police officer at the crossroads. At the L Street crossroads. 20. Robert Smith. See what he has to say. The Bobby turns back all vehicles approaching the crossroads with sweeping arm movements. No trespassing there, no exceptions even for the press. Only officials and runners' teams can go any further. The tunnel under Radlett Station's far too narrow for traffic both ways. If you're not a referee or coach, your man and your motorbike will have to take the detour, ma'am. The passage will be opened back up once the runners have gone through. Come now, move along. Okay, so he just said we're not allowed through here. Could that be part of some scam going on? They know no one can follow them through there. All right, well, that was useless to us, though. That's unfortunate. It's a wasted card. But I think our logic is still strong. Cockney accent, please, Jesse. The one thing I could actually do for this channel is to take some voice acting lessons so you guys don't have to hear the same voice for every character. I'm going to try to do better on that. I'm going to have to learn some accents. All right, let's go here. Let's keep with our strategy. If we're going to catch it and catch that extra symbol, this might be the best way for us to do it. Look at that beautiful drawing, painting. Look how beautiful that art is on this card, edge to edge. That's pretty sweet. Okay, so we've gotten ahead of the runners. They're waiting for them to come around the bend. There's a little kid waiting for them. He's got a little table with some water. 30-kilometer checkpoint. Let's see. The referees, the fans, the ambulance, everyone is waiting for the runners, but for the moment, there's no one to be seen. Oh, we made a mistake. Why did we make a mistake? I'll tell you why. Because we should have known, maybe. I don't know if we should have known, but look. As soon as you collect it, put cards 20 and 30 back into the box. So we've now gone to the two cards. Maybe that's an argument for us going there sooner. But these two cards we just looked at are going back in the box when we find this other piece. I guess it's when time passes or something. But maybe that would be a good reason why we should have done this. Like, we don't want to lose these two cards, but they were useless to us. That's a shame. All right. Feels like those are two wasted cards. At least we won't have to worry about what they were. All right. Well, I mean, what's our theory? I mean, are we going to have it happen to us all over again? We go to 37. It's just going to say people are waiting for them, right? So now it feels like that would be a stupid thing to do. All right, let's back up. Let's go to one of these places. What appeals to you most here? Sure, locker room, I guess. Let's see if we can find something interesting about Gustav Mays. All right, let's see what the chat is up to. The police officer card said who was allowed in the tunnel. That might be useful. All right, let's just remind ourselves who is allowed in the tunnel. Only officials and runners teams. If you're not a referee or a coach, I wonder, you think if we got a referee or a coach ID, we could get in, huh? Well, we do have the referees lounge. And then the locker room might have coach information, but you think maybe we head to the referees lounge and see if we can't pick up an ID that would let us get in? That's an intriguing idea. All right, so let's change our vote. Let's go to the referees lounge. Let's see if we can't pick up some referee ID that would let us follow them in. Card 7. All right, so there's our referees lounge. Looks like a stack of papers or something. Otherwise, they just hang out and drink here. Let's see what we got. Uh-huh. Okay, an official location where you can follow the marathon live on the TV. So we could watch the broadcast, we could examine the marathon arrival protocol, or we could speak to the head referee. What do you think? The arrival protocol. I guess we're interested in following them into that tunnel before it's too late. So I guess watching the broadcast, though, would be useful too, since they're now in an area we can't see. I think we should stick with our idea, though. Jonathan says, I'm thinking more maybe the coach being able to go into the tunnel might matter later when constructing a timeline. All right, let's see, though, if I want to follow this chain of reasoning about if we could get information to let us go in the tunnel. So 32. Or maybe this guy's involved in this scamming thing. If the questionnaire suggests there's some sort of cheating, so I think a referee is a logical person to talk to. Sipping a well-deserved glass of brandy, the head referee greets you with a smile. Hello, would you like a small glass of brandy? I'm delighted to speak with a lady sports journalist. That's fairly uncommon these days, but times are changing and that's a good thing. I imagine you'd like to talk about the marathon, is that right? What a success! I'm very proud of the work we did here. Now that the 26 runners have left, I can quietly sip my brandy while waiting for the checkpoint lists. Are you sure you don't want to drink? The list from the 10-kilometer checkpoint will be here soon. I could show you behind the scenes if you're interested. You'll be able to see for yourself how thrilling it is to read over a list of 26 runners. Question him about the organization of the marathon and the teams, or if you've revealed a list symbol in addition to this one, you may draw card 38. So the list from the 10-kilometer checkpoint, we don't have that. We could ask him about the organization of the marathon and the teams. I mean, you never know what information you're going to get with this game. That's a little bit of a difficulty, but I guess if we think it's going to be background information, it would be better for us to keep searching for usable information. But we don't really know how to get this. Any thoughts here? What was our other card? What were our other options? We can watch the broadcast. We can examine the marathon arrival protocol. I think we should probably look at this. If we think this guy is arriving somehow, sneaking in, I'm going to look at 31. I'm not sure that's useful to us. And I don't know why we would look at any objects. I feel like having objects we can ask people about is actually quite useful. So anytime we can get an object, that might be worth doing. Okay, let's see what we got. Protocol for the arrival of His Majesty George VI. Oh my God, are they going to try to do an assassination? Protocol for the arrival of His Majesty George VI at Wembley Stadium. The marathon runners must return to the locker rooms as soon as they arrive. Arrival of the last runner, confirmation of the rankings by the referees. So the end of the race is time T. T plus 20, medal winners head to the podium in their official sportswear. T plus 25 minutes, the arrival of His Majesty George VI, accompanied by Lord Burleigh, chairman of the organizing committee. T plus 30, medal ceremony by His Majesty George VI. Rules to be followed by all athletes during the ceremony. Stand upright at all times. Lord Burleigh will introduce His Majesty to the athletes. Mandatory bow. Once the medal has been placed around the athlete's neck, His Majesty will extend his hand. The athlete shall not extend their hand. Address the king as Your Majesty. Never turn your back on the king. T plus 45, Majesty leaves the stadium. Okay, well, I feel like what we've got here is a classic political assassination. What does that mean? I think what we've got is going to be an attempt to kill His Majesty George VI 30 minutes after, probably while he's on the podium. That would be 30 minutes after the runners get back. You might imagine that the question about why are they cheating, like, is the goal to get this guy up on the stage on the podium with the king so he can kill him? That would mean he'd have to be first, second, or third place. The only thing that's slightly against that idea is that our guy, Gustav Mays, like, he is an experienced fighter, so that he might be someone you would hire to do an assassination. However, he's a mercenary. He's not a true believer. So he's not going to blow himself up, right? That doesn't get him his money. So I like the idea of him wanting to get up on the podium so that he has access to this guy. But he's not going to explode himself. And not only that, but they're in their shorts, right? They're in their official sportswear. So you can't really hide a bomb there. So it's not going to be a bomb. It could be a shooter from afar. Or it could be some attempt to poison or something. Although back in 1948, I don't think they knew how to poison someone with a handshake. Nowadays, the Russians have done it occasionally. All right. Well, this was pretty big, though, for us. I feel like we've stumbled on an assassination attempt. John says we want to go to the locker room, look for a weapon, unless the weapon handoff is in one of the restricted zones. Yeah, I do think, though, the locker room is a very good candidate location. Do we need to look at the race positions? Probably. I mean, while we're here, do we want to do this is my question. Do we want to watch the broadcast? It seems like watching TV is not how we should be spending our time. We'll come back to this if we want to. Let's head to our locker room. Locker room entrance 11. I'd still like to get a badge from a coach or a referee. Okay, look at that. The different country rooms, locker rooms. Let's see if it's going to give us choices. Yes, it is. During the race, the place is deserted. You can see that the marathoners' locker rooms are shared by 2 countries at a time. Argentina, Netherlands, Finland and Hungary, Chile, Turkey, Canada, United Kingdom. Okay, let's see what the chat is. Locker room 11 is our 10th card, halfway to our first guess. Okay, thank you. Wow, halfway to our first guess almost. All right. Well, looking at this, if William is not imagining things, then our runner has switched to wearing number 268. He switched to 268, and 268 is Finland. It should be Jackie Peltola. Should be who 268 is. Wait. Why did I put this over here? 269. Why did I do that? Did I just misdo it? 268. I must have done that wrong. Okay, there's our 268. Let me just make sure that 269 is still someone we can see. Yes, okay. All right, so 268 is Jackie Peltola. That's who William has marked as now being Gustav. So let's go into Finland's locker room. Where did I put that? Finland and Hungary, 19. What's going on here? Why is this a search and these are locations? Kind of strange, don't you think? All right, well, let's try to go to Finland, 19. Try to make sense of why that one has an hourglass. Did we flip it? Anything to see here? Anything to see on the floor or anything that we missed? We got to pay attention to the backs of these. All right, 2 in each room. I don't see anything special here. All right, we're going into Finland. 19. Then we'll take a little break. All right, what have we got? Finland, Hungary, locker room. So there's a bag there. Trash can. Locker open near the bag. See what we got here. There's no one in this locker room, but a quiet look around might be worth the effort. We can examine the locker that's open, or we can consult the railway guide in the bin. I think we want to do both of these, right? Let's examine this locker first, and then we'll go to the bin. Go here before someone walks in on us. 29. Well, actually, let's take our little first break here. We'll take a break, and I'm excited about a political assassination. That always gets my juices flowing. Let's take a break, come back in 8 minutes, and we'll see if we can't catch our criminal. Okay, we're back. What was I looking for? Oh, I put okay, we'll try the air conditioning on for a bit today. I had a couple of thoughts. The channel was talking about the Canadian flag. Is it wrong? Hamster Nice was saying that the flag of Canada changed in 1965, so it's probably properly what it should be. So I had a couple thoughts, two thoughts. First of all, we were thinking maybe they've planted this guy to do the assassination, so he has to get in onto the podium, first, second, or third place. But another thought occurred to me. I'm not sure exactly how this would work. But remember that the document says, the protocol says, that everything is timed to the arrival of the last runner. So perhaps if you had a bomb planted to go off like at a specific time, let's say 1 p.m., then you could have a runner whose job it is not to come in first, second, or third to coordinate the assassination, but to come in last and delay the arrival of the last runner to a certain time. That would certainly be easier to achieve than to bring in a runner who you could guarantee to win first, second, or third place in an Olympic marathon, right? I mean, think about it. If your plan is to try to get the assassin up on the podium, bronze, gold, silver, first three places, but you've got a field of runners, 30 runners, how are you going to pull that off? How do you get your assassin to win first, second, or third place? That seems very hard. But you could easily hire someone to come in there and slow down be the last slow runner. And then I had one more thought. What was my last thought? Ah, yes. My last thought was of a related note. If you're going to plant a ringer or an assassin as one of the runners, might it not make sense for us to think about the idea that surely if you go to the United States team and you try to swap in someone, the rest of the team's going to notice it. So should we instead be looking for the countries like Chile, the Netherlands, and Hungary, where you could simply swap in one person? You could take out the coach and the runner for Hungary, swap in your replacements, and no one would know any better. So I wonder if Chile, Hungary, and the Netherlands are good candidates. And given that we've already ruled out number 272 as being Gustav, I wonder if that doesn't make Hungary and Chile much more appealing. Those runners and trainers only have one person that knows them. So, yeah, just another thought. All right, let's start by looking at the locker, and I think we're probably going to look at the railway guide too. All right, 29. You guys can't hear the air conditioning? It's not bothering you when I talk? The locker in the Finland-Hungary locker room is locked with an impressive padlock. Through the crack of the door, you see what looks like the barrel of a gun and a small vial with a label that has a skull on it. The vial is full of liquid. Oh my God. Isn't this the end of the case? Shouldn't we be calling the police? Hey, in the locker room is a giant sniper rifle with poison. Case closed. Wrap it up. Call in security. This is like, oh, here, by the way, you found a sniper rifle. Yeah. You can't do anything with this card. You can't show it to anyone. You can't ask anyone about it. Bizarre, huh? That's so weird. God, that's weird. Okay. So we didn't discover anything useful. just a sniper rifle and some poison. Let's get on with let's watch some TV. All right, let's check out this railway guide. Let's see if we can't catch someone planning for the assassination of who we think they're trying to kill. 22. I can't believe we can't ask anyone about the sniper rifle. Okay, let's see what we've got here. Caution, due to the marathon, the time for the 6710 direct train from Hadlet, Central London on 7/8 has been changed. It will leave at 4:42 instead of 4:20. You find a small booklet in the bin in the Finland-Hungary locker room with train times between Radlett and London. The regular timetable has been changed due to the marathon. Okay. Where's our arrival time of the politician? His Majesty George VI, accompanied by Lord Burleigh. All right, but presumably you could kill the organizing committee guy easily, so it has to be that they would want His Majesty. He's coming from Buckingham Palace. Ah, look at this. Our map actually has the train timetable places on it. Let's take a look at this. All right, so look, there's Radlett. So according to the train schedule, the 6710 from Radlett has been changed. So I guess the train, we're thinking it's the train, oh, so from Radlett to Central London? 4:42. I'm going to make a little note of that. I'm not sure. Just so we don't forget that the Radlett train. I'm reading this as saying the train from Radlett to Central London is 4:42 instead of 4:20. Okay, chat says, what time did the intro say the race started at? And Radlett is in the area we can't go. That's true. Okay, let's see. Let's see. What time did it say the race started? It's 3 p.m. and the racers start off down the dirt track. That's a good question. So do you think the idea is that this person's going to escape on the try to escape on the 4:42? The race starts at 3. We can't ask anyone about this. It's just information for us. We don't know if they're planning on doing something in here or when they get back on the podium, which it felt like to me. All right, so we looked at the two things in the Hungary-Finland locker room. The question now is, do we want to go anywhere else? We've got Argentina and Netherlands. Finland and Hungary we just went to. Canada and United Kingdom. So we can look at Argentina and Netherlands. I don't know why we're looking. We can't go in. Maybe the door is locked. Or we could go Canada and United Kingdom. I'm not sure why we would want to do that, though. Shall we just use this magnifying glass to see if there's anything to there? Chat is talking. Chat says, let's see. Which checkpoint did we see him again? Maybe hopped on and off the train to catch up. That's an interesting idea. But how long does it take to run a marathon? Let's think about that for a second. So maybe a runner runs a marathon at 6 miles an hour, 7 miles an hour, 26 miles. Maybe they can run 10 miles an hour. That would still take you 2.5 hours. But if the timetables are from Radlett to London, that doesn't help us. We would just be looking for someone that might be getting on the train to Radlett to get off and resume the race ahead of everyone. And I guess the idea is that maybe this would be a good spot to have someone join the race, pretend to be in the lead, because no one can follow them and see them very easily. Maybe that's what the television would tell us. All right, let's do this first, because this is too tempting not to look up, and I like to find objects. So I'm going to pick up 15. Let's see if someone dropped something in front of this locker room or something. You find a book in one of the lockers in the Netherlands-Argentina locker room. You use your Spanish skills to translate the title, The Army and the Nation. Well, this does not help us. Come on, guys. How does this help us? Is it hiding a gun in it? That's unfortunate. Can't even show it to anyone. Feels like we've gotten a lot of useless items in this game so far. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We've drawn 14 cards of 25, 2/3 of the way. 3/5 of the way. The winning time in 1948 was 2 hours and 20 minutes. 2 hours. That would put them home by 5:20, 5:30. Okay, let's just write that down. 5:30 p.m. might be our expected winning time. Not losing time, though. Winning time. Doesn't the race start and end in London? So about halfway at Radlett, you could get on and sneak back into London. I see what you're saying. I guess I assumed all of this was either in one area outside or inside London, but let's reread this. It's a good point. Let's just take a look at this again. Fantastic Wembley Stadium. The first competitors exit the stadium through the Royal Tunnel to take the roads around London. So is this all in London? Is that what it is? Radlett is in London? It's hard to understand what that train schedule was actually saying, but maybe everything here is in London. The time for the 6710 direct train from Radlett Central London. That's the part I'm a little confused about. Is that saying the train from Radlett to Central London? Or is that saying the train from Radlett, which is Central London? I don't know how to interpret that because I don't know Radlett enough. I don't know how to interpret that thing. James says Radlett is outside of London. So yes, they're saying you take the train from Radlett to London. Okay, so James is helping us out here. He's fairly confident that this is saying the train from Radlett to Central London. It will now leave at 4:42 instead of 4:20. So maybe what they're saying then, maybe the way we're supposed to read this is they start here, right? We think it's a 2.5 hour for the total time. So maybe what they're saying is halfway through, which could be around 4:30, 4:40, he gets on the Radlett train at 4:42. It takes 5 minutes to bring him back here, and he could jump off and finish the race. So it could be that our runner is planning on getting on a train in Radlett, taking the train home, and then walking in as if he had run the second leg of the race. If that's true, we might expect not to find him here, not to see him here because he got on a train here. I think that's an interesting possibility. Okay. And we think Wembley is in central London, right? That's our theory here, that the train is from Radlett to central London. All right, so the question now, though, is the question as it always is, what do we do next? We could either go into the Canada-UK locker room. It doesn't feel like there's any reason for us to do that, so I suggest we don't. We could we could look at the race on the television since we can't see it eyewitness. Maybe that's looking more appealing now. We could ask Nelson Edwards more about the teams. That's now sounding more appealing because he might be able to tell us, hey, this team had a last-minute change or something. So I think we should do these two things. I think we should look on the TV to see if we can spot the runners, and then we should ask this guy about the teams. So let's do that. Let's start by looking at the TV and see if we can see anything. All right, this looks promising. Broadcast. With the modern equipment in the referee's lounge, you can follow the marathon live. A journalist reports a crash involving several runners at kilometer 8. You can go to kilometer 8 whenever you like. Take card 8. So we've already been... We haven't been to number 10, right? We went to 17 and saw the guy wearing the new outfit, but we never went to previous checkpoints. And maybe this was the maybe this is the distraction that was set up that let the guys switch shirts or something. All right, well, surely we want to follow this. Let's go to 8. Let's see if we can find out what happened here. See if someone set up a distraction. Reese O'Neill, 54 years old. He's a spectator at kilometer 8. He can tell us what happened. The marathoners have already gone by, but this spectator had a front row seat for the race from his very own doorstep. There was an awful crash just outside my house. You should have seen it. At least 4 runners went down, and one of them was in a really bad way. They took him off in the ambulance. He was a right mess. Doctors didn't waste a moment. He was in and off to the hospital with sirens blaring before you could blink an eye. It was a horrible crash, but I never expected anyone to end up unconscious. Seems that marathon runners are a bit of a fragile bunch, doesn't it? That's valid. Okay, well, he saw what happened. I feel like we could show him a photo and ask him which one got taken to the hospital. Let's see. Can we show him this photograph and ask him which of the runners got taken to the hospital? I feel like we kind of expect it to be number 268. So our guy knocked him unconscious. Someone knocked him unconscious and stole his number. What do you think? Shall we ask him? Let's do it. We're going to ask Reese O'Neill if he recognizes anyone, because there's our 268, right? So we're hoping he's going to say it's this guy. Let's see if we're right. Of course I saw that fellow. He was one of the runners who crashed. He's quite the opportunist. He ended up falling on top of another runner who was in a bad way and got taken by the ambulance. If you ask me, your lad must have sensed the accident coming and used the other lad to break his fall. You know, this business is nothing like those sentimental stories you give us in the press. No, these fellows are merciless. The proof is that your man got up quickly and left without even a second glance at the poor fellow who broke his fall. His bib number, I didn't catch it. However, the man who was taken away by ambulance didn't have a bib. I looked all around in case it had fallen off, but I couldn't find it anywhere. All right, well, there's no if about it. This is what happened. Our guy, Gustav Mays, purposefully crashed into 268, knocked him unconscious, fell on him, and in that moment, stole his bib. That solves our 268 swaparoo. James says, if the swap happened here, then what's happening in the red no-go area around Radlett must have to do with the train. So let's think about this for a second. Why does Gustav have to impersonate 268, who's the Finland guy? Is it because he somehow got in, maybe he somehow got into the marathon, but he knows he can't win, like he doesn't even have a real bib. He's just joined the runners, hoping no one will notice him, and he knows that he's got to win, And he's got to win pretending to be one of the people who could conceivably win. So he's stolen the bib. Now he's going to take the train to get to the front and be one of the winners. So I think that makes sense, doesn't it? I don't think it's possible that he had to change his identity. That's another good theory. That was our other theory, that he didn't originally intend to take on someone's ID, but now that he was recognized, he had to. James said they returned to their locker room. He needs to be Finland's room to get the weapon. Well, that's a good reason why he wouldn't have to disguise his ID. I think there's also a flaw there, right? I mean, think about it before I get to your question, Antina. We were thinking, oh, he was recognized, now he has to change bibs and IDs, but that doesn't help him, right? He was recognized by the way he looks. Changing bibs is not going to help him. It seems more likely that it was always part of the plan to take on the identity of this Finnish runner. But then what's the deal with the rifle? I mean, what's the plan there? Is the whole Finnish team in on it? No, because then he wouldn't have to knock this guy down. Like, obviously, the Finnish team isn't in on the scheme. Obviously, number 268 isn't in on the scene because our guy, Gustav, has to smash him down, knock him unconscious, take his bib. But then in that case, how did he get his weapons in the Finnish locker room? That's weird. That's awfully weird. Unless the idea is that he's one of these other Finnish people. I guess it depends on how likely we think it is that this guy Gustav could have gotten in with the bunch of marathoners without being one of these people. Like, we know he's taken the ID of Jackie Peltola now, but the question is, was he one of these other people before that, or was he just a random guy? Jonathan says, we need to find the other card to advance time. I think if we want to have a chance at solving which three will be on the podium, we need to advance time to see the end of the race. I think you make a good point. So the game says, hey, if you can get this on your own ahead of time, you're going to be given it now if you didn't find it earlier. But we want to find it earlier. In fact, there's two things we want to find early, this one and this one. If we can find this early, it seems like we might be able to see them coming in to the final location. And then this is card 38. This gives us card 39. 38 and 39. I wonder if it's like this gives you 38, which is this, which gives you 39, which is this card. So like maybe getting this would give us this. This is a list symbol. He says, the runners have left. Are you sure you don't want to drink? The list is from the 10-kilometer checkpoint. We'll be here soon. The list from the 10-kilometer checkpoint. We haven't been to the 10-kilometer checkpoint. Perhaps we need to go there to get it. I wonder if going to 10, which we haven't been to yet, We were at 8. That's where, somewhere in here, where the crash was. And then we need to know their positions at 10. Would that gives us this card? Or do we want to ask this guy about the organization of the marathon? I was thinking we should talk to him about the teams. That might give us information about how our guy snuck in. But I am open to the idea of going instead to this position. There's also the journalist room we haven't been to yet. What does the chat think? Let's have a vote. Where do you want to go? Here are your choices. We can talk to this guy about the organization of the marathon and teams. We can go to checkpoint 10, which might give us, he's talking about waiting for the results from 10, so that might give us this symbol, which would give us some other information, although this is in the past. Not sure why knowing their positions helped us much. I feel like this positions is just going to tell us 268's in the back because he's not a fast runner, which would lead us to know about the train. We could jump ahead to 37, but given what we saw at 30, which is just people waiting for the racers, I'm not sure 37 helps us. But maybe it is. Or we could go to another of the locker rooms for the British or Canadians. I don't know why we would do that. Or more productively, perhaps, we could consider going to the journalist room. All right. So give your votes. We could go to location 10. We could go to location 37. We could go to the journalist room, or we could ask this guy about the organization of the teams. And I suppose we should remind ourselves what the questions are. Where was Mays while the medals were being awarded? Name the 3 runners who end up on the podium. What was the purpose of cheating, and which nation did Gustav Mays run for? What do we think the answer to this question is? Are we trying to answer what he's now running for? Now that he stole the bib? Why is this so ambiguous? Are we supposed to guess what nation he signed up from, or what nation he's currently running? I guess it's saying I guess we know the answer to this if he stole the Finland bib. It's not clear if it's asking us before or after he bumped into him. What was the purpose of cheating? I guess it is if we had to guess this now, we'd say to get on the podium. Where was he while the medals were being awarded? Maybe he's up on the podium. So James says, I want to know how we get that second runner's icon. Jonathan votes for the journalist, and Tina and Matt vote for 37. Would getting the list lead to the runner's icon? It's called runner's position. Yeah, it's quite possible. It's quite possible. I want to, while you guys keep voting, I want to propose an idea. I want to run an idea by you. What if the plan looks like this? Our guy Gustav Mays plans to knock over and take the identity of number 268, Finland, having previously planted gun and poison in the Finnish locker and locked it. He's got a plan A and a plan B. This is my theory. His plan A is steal the bib, get on the train, make his way to the podium, and kill the guy with poison in his handshake. If that fails, his backup plan is going to be to go to the locker room and get the rifle and shoot him. That's why he's got the gun and the poison, and he's got his plan A and plan B. The thing that's a little odd is it seems like he already had access to that locker room. Is the answer to that this? That he has signed up as Joseph Roca? Remember we were saying Hungary and Finland share the locker room, right? I think this could be it. Hungary and Finland share the locker room. I argued early that how is he going to get into this race and not be spotted? If he's on a team with 3 people and he's not a real runner, they're going to know who he is, that he's standing out. So I was saying maybe he got into this marathon with a country that's only got 1 runner and 1 coach. So Hungary and Finland are sharing the locker room. So what I'm thinking here is that he's come in running for Hungary as Joseph Roca. And then while with access to the locker room, he's planted his gun and poison. And then he's stealing the identity. I'm still not 100% sure why he has to take someone else's identity, why he can't just win it pretending to be Joseph Roca. But that feels right to me. And Hungary, Joseph Roca, 266, we've not seen any sign of. So that kind of feels... James says, maybe because the journalist recognized him. But isn't the journalist still going to recognize him? Like, he's recognizing him by his face, right? So I don't see how stealing a bib fixes it. So a bunch of people like my idea, but agree with the point of what's the point of the switch. And Tina says, where it says the king gives his hand and not the athletes, it means only as the initial gesture, right? I believe that's right. And Tina is saying, like, if he's going to poison him with a handshake, how's he going to do that if they don't shake hands? But I believe the protocol is basically saying you don't initiate the handshake. You wait for the king to initiate the handshake. All right, so we still got our same questions. I still think it feels to me like eventually we're going to want to ask him about the teams, but maybe not yet. All right, so let's see what our vote is. 2 for going to 37. Okay, we're going to go to 37 then. And then maybe we'll go, I guess we could do all 3. We'll probably do all 3. 37, 10, and the guy. We've got time, right? Okay, let's start out with 37, which is what most of the group wants to do. All right, 37. So we're jumping right to the end. Wait, let's just make sure for a second. These 2 cards get rid of some cards. Let's make sure none of them are getting rid of 37. Because that would make more sense that you get rid of 37. So if you've revealed a list, you can draw 38. If you've collected the other symbol, throw 20 and 30 back in the box. That's what lets us get information about this. So here's my concern with drawing 37. It feels like the game is saying, hey, 20 and 30 have blank cards until you make some progress. And when you do, then you throw away 20 and 30 and you get the real card. And I'm afraid that that same logic will tell us that 37 is going to be a blank card, just people waiting for the runners, until we get some other card that says, hey, when you find information, get rid of 37. So I'm going to go against the strategy. And I'm going to say, let's not go here yet, because I'm afraid it's going to be a blank place. The black icon at 17 is telling us this is the current time and will advance time later. I think that's right, which is why I think this card is going to tell us get rid of 39, 20, and 30, and put the new clock at where does it say? Reveal card 39. That would actually suggest they got to the end. 39. Like they're going sequentially. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe when you put away 20 and 30 and get to 39, they've already gone past here. Still, they haven't gotten to here yet. So what do we expect to find? There's no runners here. There's no runners here. Time has not passed. We're not going to go to 37 yet. We're going to go to 10 and see if we can't get this other symbol. I think James's logic is right. And Tina says here, I thought Jesse was going to follow a vote result. No, I talked myself out of it. All right, we're going to 10 instead. Trying to get that symbol. All right, so we show up at the 10-kilometer checkpoint. Beautiful art. And he's got the results. He's got the results. What's that weird writing on the card there? I guess that all the cards have some, I don't know. All right, but there they are, 10-kilometer. They've already been passed. There are fewer spectators here, so it's easier to maneuver on a motorbike. We can speak to the scout or speak to the referee. Okay, well, we're going to speak to the referee because we want those results. But ouch, this is eating up cards. All right, we're speaking to William Harwork. Okay, well, that's what we were hoping for. The referee seems busy. Reluctantly, he agrees to give you a few moments. And you are? A journalist? What does that have to do with me? What are you thinking? I've got a job to do, miss. Does it look like I'm dancing around the maypole here? You probably don't realize it, but taking down the order in which the runners go by requires an incredible amount of concentration. I've just given the order of the runners to the liaison referee, who has to take it to the chief referee in the organizing committee's lounge. If that's the kind of information you're looking for, well, you got it. Off you go. I'm going to pack up my gear and go and have a well-deserved pint down at the pub. Did I notice anything unusual? It's a marathon. What do you expect to see besides runners running? Okay, so it says, if you have a revealed list, in addition to this one, draw card 38. That's what we were hoping for. Yes. I take the votes to gather information, but it's not a guarantee that I'm going to follow it. Now we got card 38. It's not that I think I know better. I frequently know worse. But I do have some benefits from being the one in front of the camera. Okay, so this is the first time we've seen this. We didn't see it in case 1. In the other suspect box, we saw it plenty. But you can see 38 is confirming to us, hey, you shouldn't be taking this unless you have 2 symbols, which we do. Oh boy, look at this. This is unfortunate for us because we wanted something a lot better. This is totally useless information for us. That's a shame. That's a shame. All right, I mean, okay, let's see. What have we got here? How is this useful to us? Well, I mean, we've got some information on the fastest runners. 234, 252, 272, 231. Remember, this is before the switch. No, this is after the switch. The switch came at the kilometer 8. Jonathan says, yeah, worst case, we try to guess who will win. All right, so where is our 268, though? Why wouldn't 268 be here? Because, kilometer 8, our guy knocks over the real 268 and takes his bib. And he's seen at the check mark for 17. Let's see, 281, 248, 243, 283. Are any of those numbers here? There's 281 in 21st place. There's 283 in 21st place. 292. Has bumped himself. Has fallen. When at the 10 kilometer, he was doing pretty well. Now he's fallen. Here's where they were at the 10 kilometer. This is awfully strange. Why is our 268? How many runners are there total? We're told, right? We're told how many runners. I think we're told, but we can count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 times 2. 28 runners. So there's 28 runners, and he's recorded 25 of them. He does say he's very busy and it's hard to do, right? He says, you probably don't realize it, but taking the order of the runners, taking down the order requires an incredible amount of concentration. I think he's missed 3 of them. It's possible that our guy here saw something, but what the hell? I mean, that is really wasting our time talking to someone who shouldn't have good information for us. And how do we make use of this, even if we have that information? Oh, that's unfortunate. All right, let's see. You have 5 cards left based on my notes. Okay. 3 are missing. 28 and 5. Okay, so 3 are missing. 1 went to the hospital. One went to the hospital, it's true, but the weird thing is that someone took that person's bib. So 268 should have gone by. But hey, let's look if he wrote down a bib wrong. See if you see a double entry. It seems like it's painful to check everything for double entries, but that would be like how, well, he's missing 3. I guess having a double entry doesn't really help us, does it? Doesn't explain where the missing 3 are. The really unfortunate part, though, is that this just got us this information, so I don't know. I don't know how to advance time now. Okay, let's see, chat. I think he put the bib later, so this tells us that our guy is one of these. Do we see him logged here at 10K under the Hungary number? That's a good question. That's a good question. Let's see if we can find the Hungary number. Feels like he would have taken his bib right away and put it on. Okay, the Hungary number is 266. Let's see if we see him there. That's an excellent question. 266. See if you see 266. There's 266. So the Hungary runner is running. He's in 16th place. So you don't think he's changed bibs yet? If he's our guy, he hasn't changed bibs yet. Good, why? How could he change bibs before he gets to 17? Like, he's not changing it when no one's looking. He has to change it somewhere in here, but maybe he found a good place to change it. All right, so we have a couple cards yet. But boy, that's painful. I'm going to put a little mark next to our Hungary guy. All right. Oh, I don't love that at all. That doesn't seem why. I don't see why that's useful to us, except it did get us. No, it didn't get us anything. Anna has stopped by. She couldn't resist. Matt says, since the poison and gum were in the Finnish locker room, perhaps Gustav was trying to foil a plot by taking out that team. That would eliminate the question of why a pointless switch. That's interesting. So you think Gustav isn't the assassin. Gustav is trying to stop potentially multiple assassins. But we've still got our question. Why is he trying to impersonate number 268? And why would he be trying to, or someone trying to cheat by getting on the train? Why, if he's trying to block the assassination, why switch identities? We know he switched identities, but why? If you're just trying to knock out the other guys on the bad teams, the killers, you wouldn't take their identity, right? Oh, Anna is from Hungary. I wonder if that's if how she reacts to that. Maybe she can help us here. All right. Well, we have to make a decision now. We can go to 37 now that we've been to 10. We could go again to the last place, which logic tells me it's not going to have anything in it. We could go to the journalist room, which is where I think we should go. Or we could ask this guy about the organization of the teams, and he might be able to tell us about Hungary and the other stuff. So what do you think? Anna already just jumps in and has a good point, huh? All right, let's see. I guess he took out the whole Finnish team by then. You think a bunch of people got knocked out and went to the hospital? 3 runners are missing. Is the whole Finnish team missing? Boy, that's a good question. Missing numbers at 10 kilometer are 254, 268, and 293, says Jonathan. Okay, that's great information. Missing at 10K are 254, 268, and 293. This is going to be very useful if these are all on one team. That's going to have been a very clever observation if it's true. 254 is Wilson James. Sorry. 254, 268, 293, says Jonathan. Okay. 254 is Paul Moore from the UK. 268 is our guy he's taken over the identity of. Let me make a mark here. And then 293 is one of the Turkey guys. However, I think that it's not going to be the case that he systematically took out people. But I think it may very well be the case that this is helping us eliminate people. So 254 didn't make the 10K. I'm going to write that down. And then also 293, which we didn't have in our elimination list, didn't make it because of the 10K. And then 268 isn't listed on the 10K. And yet is seen later on. So I think it's not quite that he's taken out the Finnish team, but what it is it's helping us eliminate other possible people, because that just let us bring in 2 people, and I think they probably were killed at the were brought into the hospital. And if we look again at 8, I think that's what we're going to find. So let's see, we combined them. Let's see what he says. 4 runners went down. There you go. 4 runners went down. One of them was really bad and got to an ambulance, but the other, and one is our guy who got back up, and the other 3 didn't make it to the 10K checkpoint. That's it. I think that's very clever. So what we've identified is 4 guys went down. We think including our Hungary guy who fell on top of the 268, stole his bib. So 268 runner goes to an ambulance. 2 other runners, Wilson James from the US and Aslan Tandogan from Turkey, are out of the race. So 3 people are not seen at the 10K checkpoint, including 268 is not seen. But we know he then puts on 268. So we know that he's taken on the identity of 268. But we probably, if our theory is right that he's Hungary, then he was 266, which is caught at the 10K checkpoint. James says this is just their way of telling us he's 254, 268, or 293. Sort of, yes. But I think what we should, if our theory is right, that he was originally from the Hungary team, then what we should expect is when they get to the end, we shouldn't see the Hungary bib, right? Like any checkpoint past 17, he swapped to 268. Now we shouldn't see the Hungary bib that he originally was running under, 266, right? That's our theory. That 266 is going to disappear from the checkpoints at this point. All right. We still don't know why, though. We don't know why he switched. Why isn't he just continuing to win as the guy from Hungary? Okay, well, we've had a long discussion here. It's time to take another break. Think about where you want to go next. I still think we should put off 37 until... I guess we should consider, how are we going to get the runner position symbol? We got the checkpoints, but we don't have the runner position symbol. How are we going to get that? Is that going to be by going to 37? I don't know why that would trigger it. What about, like this guy's, the referee, the main referee is waiting for the results, but we can't show them to him. All right, we'll take our break. We'll come back, think about where you want to go. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. The channel is being insubordinate, not taking breaks, stretching, but instead talking theories. Guess I'm as guilty as any of them. Let's see. It's more discussion about why he would need to switch. Is the killer, is the assassin on the Hungary team? I propose an idea that maybe they have to switch from Hungary to Finland because the king won't shake your hand if you're from Hungary, just based on some theory that maybe Hungary's politics would mean that the king won't shake your hand. We're told explicitly, you don't offer to shake hands, he will shake hands. And so I was thinking, well, that would explain if he's trying to poison him with the handshake. He has to be of a team that he would get his handshake. Then there's the idea about someone hiding the gun and poison in the Finnish locker room, so for him to get access to when they come back. Jonathan points out, though, it would be odd for the timetable to be in the locker room in that case, though. I think I'll point out something else that's problematic about that theory. There are 3 people on the Finland team, right? So if he knocks one of them out of the race, takes his identity, and has to get back into that locker room, and we're saying he's not from Hungary, then isn't he going to be spotted by the people in the locker room who are going to say, whoa, you're not Finnish, you don't belong in here, you're obviously not our guy, Jackie Peltola, who went to the hospital. So I'm not sure that taking the Finnish identity is going to let him get back into that locker room. Whereas, yeah. I guess the same could be said about the podium. You can't very well get up at the podium with number 268 if the other Finnish people are going to be like, hey, he's not our guy. How is he up there? Very strange. Okay, but if this is our problem, if this is indeed one of our stumbling points, then I think I've got a suggestion. It does seem to me then that we should prioritize, as unromantic as it sounds, we probably should prioritize learning about the teams and what's the deal, any information you can tell us that might give us a clue to why he would want to be on the Finnish team, etc. So I think we're going to go to 21, but we are almost reaching our limit of cards. All right, I'm going to ask him about the teams. I'm hoping he can give us some information. Maybe he can even give us a time symbol. No information, no question mark. All right, well, let's see what he says. Well, you're in luck. Organization is my cup of tea. You know, my father worked at the London Olympics in 1908. He always loved to share his stories and advice. Today's games are about solidarity. You must understand we haven't had time to build an Olympic village since the end of the war. As a result, the athletes are staying here with locals. And at the stadium, they share the locker rooms. It's very healthy atmosphere. However, the marathon is serious stuff. The runners are checked in at the 10-kilometer and 30-kilometer mark, and I'm in charge of checking that before officially confirming the results. We warned the runners about this. My father said in 1908 their numbers fell off all the time. It was a real headache for the checkpoints. Also, the first three runners will have to follow very strict rules in the presence of His Majesty, who, despite the political tensions, was determined to come and present the medals himself. The whole world is watching, Miss Harper. Everything must be perfect. Nothing. Checked in at 10 and 30. He doesn't want their numbers falling off. The first three runners are going to get presented medals by His Majesty, so they must have to follow strict rules. And we read those rules, which are very intriguing. Let's look at them again, because I do feel like it's a clue about the assassination attempt. Here's the medal ceremony. Stand upright. Ward Burley will introduce His Majesty to the athletes, who should bow. Once the medal is placed around the athlete's neck, His Majesty will extend his hand. The athlete shall not extend their hand. Sounds like the top three winners are going to get handshakes. So anyone who would win, it sounds like, would get a handshake. I believe that's card 22. That would give us 3 more cards before we have to make our first guess. Hmm. I think we should go to the journalist tent. I think we should go to the journalist's room for. After this, though, I think we may go to that last checkpoint. Here's the journalist's room. What are they doing here? They're collecting all the results. Oh, ouch. This is where the international press has its headquarters. The BBC has set up its modern equipment here. We can speak to the Canadian journalist, we can speak to the French journalist, or we can take the sheets of newspaper. I mean, I feel like the newspaper might tell us something about why there's a political assassination planned, but I feel like we're running out of time. Checking in with the chat. Which point did we see him again? We saw him at 17. So by the time they're at checkpoint 17, we see him wearing 168. William recognizes him and says, that's him, the guy wearing 168. So Gustav Maas has changed into the Finnish 268, has changed into the Finnish bib by the time he gets here. And at 8 is where he knocked him over, knocked him out, and stole his bib. 10, he's still wearing his bib. 268 is nowhere to be found. So somewhere between here and here, we think he's changed bibs. But until we see the next checklist, we won't know. Now, we assumed that if we played our cards right, we might get this early. It's possible that there's no way to get it early, and so it's pointless. I think we're going to have to look at the newspapers. Wait, Jonathan says... Okay, there's some debate here. Let's see what's at location 37, since I don't see how to reason about the journalists. John says, wait, change my mind. Maybe we need to gamble on one of the journalists so we still have enough time to follow the route with them. I think we should... The sheets of newspapers are not going to have anything about our race because it's too early to be in the paper, but it will have background about our political assassination motives for the king, maybe world politics. But do we need that now, or should we be focusing on these questions? All right, I think you guys may get your wish. I think we may have to go to 37 if we have any hope of somehow. I don't see how 37 is going to help us. They haven't gotten there yet. Is that right? Or is it possible we're going to catch some guy getting off the train? Ugh. It feels to me like these locations past 17 are just empty until time advances, which is going to happen here. Like, we can't know the runner's position until they get to here. And they haven't gotten to here. They're in here somewhere, according to this game. So it's sort of useless to us to go to these places now, I believe. And Our best guess is to use our 10-kilometer positions to guess who's going to come in second and third. So let's not go to 37. It's not conceivable that 37 will have people arrive there yet. It's explicit telling us that these are going to switch at a certain point. So it's inconceivable that anything's here. So I'm not going to do it. I refuse to do it. But we could do some of the other things. Runner's position symbol. So this is a runner's position. Let's see. The runner's at the 17-kilometer. Let's see if this gives us any clue how to get the other one. We go to where they are. There he is. He won't answer. If you've collected it, or as soon as you collect it, does seem like we could get to it early. Well, maybe you're right. Maybe the journalists know. Maybe this guy is getting a call with an update on the position of the runners. The scout boy might have the other thing. But why would the scout have it? I mean, he's got the official times. Why would this? I think this guy is just going to give us information about who didn't make it to the hospital, or who was limping, who about the 3 people that weren't scored. Now, I'm not opposed to talking to him. Who's in first place? Does that help us? 234, 252, 272. I want to see if they're all French. French is 281 to 284. None of the French are in first place at the 10-kilometer. What about Canadians? 243 to 246. No. Still. All right, we're going to talk to this guy. John says, I like the idea of getting a call. We're going to talk to him. Maybe he's getting an update. 24. Jean Roquette. Seems to be drinking wine, not getting a call here. All right. What does Jean Roquette say? Oh, the marathon at these games is very complicated. Because of the war, official competitions have only just started again. So there are lots of runners who are unknown on the international scene. But if I were to place my wager, my money would be on the Argentinians. They're real killers. And of course, the French. How could anyone overlook the best? Raoul Menard won the Picardy 20-kilometer last year. That is really something. I don't really have a French accent. I'm kind of drifting in. I saw him on the starting line earlier. He is in Olympic form. Ha ha ha. His thoughts on the marathon teams. Argentina, I prefer them when they dance the tango. Canada, they're in every event, running, shooting, jumping. They should focus on one. Chile says, they're not even worth talking about. United States, these so-called athletes are a joke. Finland, ha ha ha, Finland, let's be serious now. Hungary, I spoke to their runner yesterday. He smelled of tobacco. That's really something. He's basically saying the Hungary guy is not a real athlete. He's a smoker. I think that's our clue that we were on the right path, thinking the Hungary guy is a plant. Another one, he says, one runner, never seen him before. He looks like an amateur. Okay, well. Turkey. Tandagan didn't show up to the race. Apparently, he was seen last night in a restaurant with a woman. Then he called in sick with a stomach bug this morning. Tandagan didn't show up to the race, huh? All right, well, this guy, that's his whole thing. He wasn't on the phone, but he does tell us someone didn't show up. Oh, what happened? Tandagan, huh? Aslan Tandagan, 293. Okay, I don't know why it's wanting to zoom out here. Okay, so actually, 293 was the guy that never showed up to the 10. One of the people that Jonathan found never showed up on the 10K. So actually, he never showed up at the race at all. So that was not useful information, and I apologize for the French accent, for the lack of French accent. Well, I don't know what to tell you. All right, I'm going to abide by a vote in the channel. What do you guys want to go? I'll try to review your options while you're thinking. Jonathan says, credit where it's due. It was James that noted the numbers missing. Okay, good work, James. Okay, so here are the things we could do. We could go to 37, where I think it's just going to tell us they're waiting for the race, but it could say more. We could talk to the Canadian journalist or look at the newspapers. I think the newspapers may tell us a little bit about the politics of why this guy might be assassinated. I think that's eventually going to be useful, but I'm not sure it's useful now. If we're worried about answering the question about who's going to come in first, second, or third, we could talk to the Boy Scout. Maybe he's got some theories about that. So we could talk to Canadian. We could look at the newspaper. We could speak to the Scout. We could go to 37. Or we've got other options. We could go to the Canada-UK locker room. That's another thing we haven't done yet. We could... Where's our club? So we did all of those things, but we didn't... Where's our... I thought there was one other thing we didn't do. Scout, newspaper, Canadian. Check out the Canadian locker. Wasn't there something else with the referee? I thought there was something else. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we can't do all 5. All right. Matt is leaving us. And Tina says, Scout Boy. John says, we have 3 cards left. If we don't get the symbol next card, we're not going to see who wins. John says, I like the idea of French reporters getting a call. All right, that's when I already did that. Another one says, only one runner. Vote to defer to Antina. Antina says, thanks, Jonathan. Anna said, vote the other journalist. Antina hasn't voted yet. No one wants to see those newspapers, huh? And you guys have all given up on 37. I've made you scared to go to it, huh? For fear it's wasting a place. All right, what's it gonna be? Antina has got the power of 2 votes now, so if Antina expresses what Antina wants to do, we'll do that. Otherwise, we're gonna do what Anna wants. What do I vote for? I'm starting to think there was no way to get the finish line. Newspaper is always a good idea. In my book, Antina says not feeling strong about anything. All right. Think about these questions here. So the vote was useless, but if we think about these questions, we think we know that answer. What was the purpose of the cheating? We think that's going to be to get on stage to shake hands, probably. Where was Mays while the medals were being awarded? Name 3 runners who end up on the podium. Can't talk to this, like the chief referee. He sounds like he's the guy who might. Newspaper could say who's expected to win the race. All right, let's look at the newspaper. Another reason I prefer newspapers, I like having things to ask people about. And this is an item. So let's go, we're going to pick the newspaper. Oh, look at that. So I was right that it's going to be about our political assassination. Let's see here, though. Argentina plot against England has been foiled. Buenos Aires 6, Reuters. Credible sources say that the Argentinian police have arrested a dozen people after discovering a plot against England's recent support for the Perón government. The conspirators allegedly intended to kidnap Sir John Balfour, the newly appointed British ambassador to Buenos Aires. Lieutenant Colonel Gregorio Pomar, president of the Buenos Aires Radical Committee, as well as some sympathizers, were arrested. The coup was to have taken place on Saturday, August 7th. Okay, well, there's a whole bunch of interesting stuff here for us. First of all, it was a plot to kidnap Sir John Balfour. if we look at this, oh, I thought it's Lord Burleigh. Okay, that's not that. That's not our guy. But that's right. And I didn't think anyone was going to notice that, but Tina did. Tina noticed that the book we found outside the Argentinian locker room is this book. And the author of the book is Colonel Gregorio Pomar. And here it is. The conspirators allegedly intended Lieutenant Colonel Gregorio Pomar, president of the Buenos Aires Radical Committee, as well as some sympathizers, were arrested. This is August 7th. So this is from today's paper. So do we have a second plot? What is our Argentina? There's 4 racers from Argentina, and one of them, Delphi Domingo, we've not seen yet. Let's see if he's come in under his bib. His bib is 233. Do we have the bib from 233? Yes, it's position 5. Okay. And maybe when we come time to guessing the position of the podium winners, we should spend more time looking at our French guys' estimates. They're in every event. They need to focus on one. They're not even worth talking about. Athletes are a joke. Finland, let's be serious. Hungary is the fake runner, I think. Never seen him before. Looks like an amateur. Turkey. Remember, the authors of these games are French. How could anyone overlook the best? Raoul Menard won the Picardy 20 kilometers last year. That's really something. I saw him on the starting line earlier. He's in Olympic form. So he's probably got a very good chance of being up on the podium. Raoul Menard, let's see what position he was at the 10-kilometer mark. He's number 264. Sorry, 284. Where's our 10-kilometer marks? Oh, where is he? He's in last place. Oh boy. Okay. So he's totally useless to us, totally unreliable. Well, okay, let's pause for a second. We can ask someone about this pot. Who would we ask about it? Perhaps the Canadian guy? We'll have to talk to him first. Is there anyone else we can ask about that? What about our friend William? Is he willing to be asked about it? No, he's not. All right, I suggest now we talk to the Canadian journalist. Jonathan says this is going to be our last card. Oh, that's unfortunate. The French guy said his money is on the Argentinians. French guy was just an afterthought. Oh, maybe I should have read it more closely. Okay, let's see. If I were to place a wager, my money would be on the Argentinians. They're real killers. I don't like calling them killers, but okay. Well, we do have a whole bunch of Argentinians. 231, 232, 233, 234. Let me just see the 10-kilometer place points. So 234, he's already in the lead. So that's a very good candidate for being a winner, for being on the podium. And then 231, 233. So if we were to guess all Argentinians, except for the cheater, that might be a reasonable guess. All right, so John says this is our last card. We're not even going to be able to question someone about this. However, since this is what we want to do, I think probably, unless we want to take a wild swing at 37, which doesn't really help us anymore, I think we should talk to the Canadian. He may also give us more information on who he thinks is going to win. So if that's the question we're having the hardest time answering. Okay, our last card is going here. Robert Wilson. All right, good catch, Anna. Hello, madam. Is this your first time at the Olympics? It's nice to see some women in this profession. It's about time. I was in Stockholm in 1912, and I can tell you, in terms of organization, there's still room for improvement. It's a fine mess, if you ask me. Runners a little overwhelmed by the event, not knowing how to pin on their bibs. The king coming to hand out the medals, political tension in the locker rooms. Not surprising, really, seeing how we've just come out of the war. Our English friends have done their best. His thoughts on the teams. He says, Argentina not here to joke around. United Kingdom, everyone has their eye on Kendrick. Canada, our team is average, but the Canadian committee was keen to field runners, so we did. Chile, I saw him training alone yesterday. He looks like he's in top form. Finland, Eric Manninen is my favorite. France, Raoul Menard, the epitome of French arrogance. Hungary, I got no opinion. I've never seen him before. There's our assassin. Netherlands, a former soldier who's unknown on the sports scene. Tandigan, their favorite, wasn't on the starting line. It's odd because he had a good chance to win. Okay, so he's mostly useless to us, except he says he agrees for Argentina. Kendrick. It's definitely not Canada. Chile guy. Eric Manninen is his favorite. Raoul Menard is arrogant, so he's not going to win. He's never seen the Hungary guy. The Netherlands guy, he has no idea. Turkey, the guy didn't show up. The Netherlands guy is another favorite, but we've ruled him out. Now, why have we ruled him out? Because he's wearing bib 272, and he was seen in the presence of our assassin. In other words, 272 was in a photograph with our assassin, so it can't be one and the same. So he's ruled out. However, one of the Argentinians isn't. 233, who has never been seen. So our guy could be pretending to be the assassin, and he is from Argentina. So he might be he could be our guy, if it's not the Hungary guy. All right, let's confirm that we're at card 25. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. So Jonathan is right. That's our 25th card. We must make our first guesses now. Let's organize everything. All right, so let's get out our sheet here. I didn't scan a copy, which I should, but we'll just write it on a separate place. Okay, now, which nation did Gustav Mayes run for? I'm taking this question to be, what was his initial country? Because it's the other question of what he's running now is trivial. So I'm going to say he was running for Hungary. I just love the idea that Hungary is a one-person team. He smells of cigarettes. He's not a real runner. He's in the, mainly because he's in the Finland locker room. But you could make alternate cases. Anyone want to guess differently from Hungary? We have we have ones that we've crossed out. So really your options are, he could be running for Argentina. We've never seen bib 233. I suppose he could be running for Chile. He could be running for the United States. Chile is a solo team, though, so that makes it more likely. I guess Argentina is our biggest temptation because they're doing a coup and that book is outside. That would make you really think it's Argentina. But then why would their stuff be in the Finland locker? That makes no sense. Why does this guy say 26 runners? Just bringing out all the information we have on who's likely to win. Maybe the scout would have had some theories about who's going to win. All right. Jonathan says, I'm going with Hungary since the train brochure is in the locker room. I do like that idea. All right. Question 2 is, what was the purpose of cheating? So I'm going to say to get on podium. We haven't discovered them cheating yet, but we suspect they're going to try to take a train to win the race. To get on the podium to shake king and poison. So my answer to number 2 is they're cheating so that he gets on the winning podium so that he can shake hands and poison him. 3, where was Mayes while the medals were being awarded? So I'm going to say on the podium. However, remember that he's got a gun for like a backup. So if the poison plan falls through, if we knew whether the poison plan was going to fall through, we would say that he's scouting out a shot location. But if the plan works, it would be the podium. 2, isn't the cheating referring to the identity switch? I don't think so. The identity switch is not cheating. I think we're assuming that there's going to be a train from the train schedule and the fact that the train is in Radlett, our theory is that he's going to hop on a train here and jump to the start of the race. I don't think... Oh, or you're saying, what's the purpose of the cheating? Knocking someone over isn't the cheating. Getting on the train is the cheating, if that's a real thing. And Tina says, I don't think he was on the podium. So, and Tina, is your theory that he doesn't make it to the podium? Can we verify it's not Netherlands one more time? Yeah, and Jonathan says, can you clarify what you want verified? Yes. What are you asking about regarding Netherlands? Oh, you're saying you want to confirm that I really did rule out the Netherlands guy? I can do that. The Netherlands is Jacob Peters, bib 272, and I've marked him as eliminated. So we can confirm that. We should have 2 photos. Here's the original photo. Is he in this one? 272. So there's 272. So we know that our single Netherlands runner is here, where George Mays is here. So that's how we know George Mays is not 272. So some of you think that, so Entina was saying, I don't think he was on the podium. So is your theory that he was never trying to get on the podium, or that his plan was to get on the podium and then somehow his thing failed? Anna says, at some point, nothing was for us. The awards are in the future yet. It's a strange phrasing of the questions. It's true. But this is just saying here are going to be the final questions after the game ends, and you can try to guess them early. So I don't know. I don't know if the plot's going to work or not, but if it doesn't work, then he's not going to be on the podium, but I'm assuming it's going to work. So then name the 3 runners. That's going to be the harder question. But I'm going to say one of them is going to be our killer, who's going to go under the name. I don't see how he's going to get away with it, but I'm going to say he's going to get up as Jackie Pelota from Finland. Real name is Mays. And then the other 2, I think, are going to be the Argentinians. According to where they are at first, currently, 234 is Pablo Esperante. So I'm going to say Pablo Esperante. And then 231 is another Argentinian. So I'm going to guess him, Alberto Gomez. So basically the way I'm guessing is I'm saying it's the 2 Argentinians at the top of the rankings at the 10-kilometer point, and then alongside them is going to be our cheater. Which is what N is. That's exactly how I'm guessing it. The 2 Argentinians in the first place mark. And Anna says, although 233 is awfully close to them too, and Argentinian, it's absolutely right. I mean, he's just a tiny bit behind them. But on the other hand, what else do we have to go on? Who's here? I mean, these are all tied, so these all seem equally likely. And 252 and 272, who are they? 252 is the United States. Everyone says they're a joke, so maybe they're just running fast in the beginning. And 272 is our Netherlands guy. Former soldier who's unknown. Never seen him before. Looks like an amateur. So maybe they're just running too fast. They're running fast in the beginning, but they won't be able to hold up. Why not the UK runner in the top 3? Well, the French guy says, actually, the French guy doesn't even comment on the United Kingdom. The Canadian guy says everyone has their eye on Kendrick. So I think you've got a point that Kendrick, who's 252, he's right up there. But notice these 4 are tied. So there's no real ranking here. And so, yeah, I mean, it absolutely could be Kendrick just as well as the Argentinians. But, I mean, they are running in England. Maybe you think that's going to give them a little bit of a bump. But there's no way to decide one on the other. There's really no way to decide. Does someone want to vote for Kendrick? I'm going to just put down the 2 Argentinians. Just because I have no reason to prefer one Argentinian over another. They're all tied. 231, 234. So if I pick one of them, how am I going to know who to pick? I'm just going to pick the 2 Argentinians. All right. So you guys have had your shot. Anyone want to get your official vote on the record? We've used some information on from the journalist and some information on the 10-kilometer mark. It's too bad we couldn't find a way to advance time. A very weird concept. Why are we not trying to figure out something, but instead advancing time? However, we now can do this. Once the 26th card is drawn, you get a runner's position symbol. So we do get one more card to draw. We have no one to ask about the political assassination card, huh? That's pretty odd. I suppose what we could do is we could find out before it makes us throw it away whether we should have gone to 37 early, which is what I stopped us from doing, even though the group wanted to. So we could at least see if I'm to blame for all this. All right, so our card. We also didn't talk to the scout, so we could talk to the scout. So just to clarify, there's our card there. Okay, so we haven't talked to the scout. We haven't gone to 37. We've got one more card to take, and then we get this symbol. Let's read what this tells us to do. It says, as soon as you get the second symbol, grab out 39. Put cards 20 and 30 back into the box if you haven't already drawn them, but we have drawn them. So, but it doesn't tell us to throw away card 37. I think we should draw 37. Let's see what the chat is saying. Chat is saying, Case is currently in that weird spot where it feels the ending will be very clever or will have some real gripes. And it says, my guess is the English guy and the two Argentinian. It feels exactly like yesterday's case. We've got the gist correct, but we're probably off on times, which is the runner positions. And Tina says, my guess is England, France, and Argentina, not the killer. Interesting. Okay. So, do you want to talk to the scout, go to 37? I guess that's it. Do you want to talk to the scout or go to 37? I was going to say we go to 37 to see if we made a tragic mistake by not going there earlier. But scout would be good too. What does the chat want to do? What happened with the symbols? It says to draw this after we take our 26th card. It says once the 26th card is drawn. So we actually get one more card before we get this. It wouldn't be crazy if the Boy Scouts like, yeah, this guy came in first, but he's totally winded, which would help us. All right, let's draw 13. Maybe we'll let ourselves cheat up the rankings if that's what he says. The Boy Scout's very excited and happy to speak to a journalist. Hello, ma'am. You're right to talk to me. The referee doesn't know anything. I saw all the runners, especially Kendrick. He's in the lead for now. Can you imagine? He'll be on the podium for sure. Believe me, I know all about it. I love track and field. I'm a mid-distance runner, ma'am. When I'm old enough, I'll sign up for the King's Marathon. You'll see, in a few years, people will be asking me for autographs, same as I've done with the marathon runners. I have all their autographs. Kendrick, Young, Collins, and Wilson James. Apart from Wilson James, I've seen them all go by. And I recognize some of the foreign runners, too. Domingo, the Argentinian favorite, Rojas, the only Chilean, and Steven Smith, the American. They're incredible runners. Okay, so he actually has given us more confirmation about who's not the killer. Domingo, the Argentinian. So look at that. That's actually very useful to us because he was the last Argentinian that we couldn't account for. So it's not the Argentinians. So those of you who thought the assassin was impersonating them, it's not him. And also the Chilean. He's now eliminated. And lastly, Steven Smith, the American. We can now eliminate him. I think we're almost a lock now on Hungary as our killer, who he's impersonating. I think that's turning out to be very, very likely. Okay, but then he also says, based on his theory, it's Kendrick. Kendrick it is. And that's what the channel was saying about their answers, about why they thought he was going to be the winner. All right, I'm going to sort of cheat. I'm going to put Kendrick, changing my vote to Kendrick. One card late. But whether I'm not saying I'm going to give myself the points for that, but okay, so, but you can also ask him about something. So we could ask him about whether he saw our guy go by. We could say, hey, did you see this guy? And I think he's going to say, yeah, I saw him. He was wearing the wrong thing. So we could ask him about that. But before we do, he knows the English athletes because he has their autographs. Yeah. Before we do that, though, we need to get our thing here. So we've drawn the 26 card. We've got the second runner symbol, which triggers this. Okay. If you've collected the other runner's position symbol, or as soon as you collect it, which we just did, immediately reveal card 39. Then put 20 and 30 in the box if you haven't drawn them, but we have. Okay, so too bad because we could have gotten this earlier. I don't know how, but we could have. I wonder if showing the scout this photo would have gotten it. Who knows? Okay. Here we go. This is kind of exciting. 39. It's a map card. Look at that. Well, as expected. So, Radlett Station, where one of the cheating runners where our assassin could have hopped on a train. And now we can go to the 26 mark and see a photo or see where they are. And look, the finale at 35 and 33. All right, this is pretty cool. All right, let's put this with our map. What do you guys want to do? Do you want to go to one of those places in the map, or you want to show the scout this photo and see if he recognizes our guy? I mean, we think we know the answer to this already, right? We think he's going to say something along the lines of, I didn't recognize 268 or something was weird. So I think logic says we should skip this if we think we know what he's going to say for now. Okay, so time has changed. Maybe there was no way to get this earlier than this timed delivery. All right, so here we are now. Look, this fits right over this map. It just connects right in. All right, so logic tells us that we suspect our guy may have gotten on a train. So this feels like the place to go first to investigate that possibility. And then maybe if we see whether he actually, I guess we could go here to the next checkpoint and see if he checks in, right? All right, let's go to 26 first. Let's see if our number 268 actually got on the train or not. I don't think, let's see what the chat says. Maybe we'll take a break. I don't think we'll know what he's going to say. Logic works with this game, though. Anna, I agree with you. That was one of my real complaints in my original review, that there was no way to really anticipate what any given choice was going to do. I think it is a flaw. On the other hand, I think the only reasonable way to play this game is to try to make those kinds of leaps of logic. All right, we're going to take an 8-minute break. We'll come back. We'll dig into this new map. Time is passing. That's exciting. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I'm enjoying this case. It seems like it may have some of the same problems we've been having before, but still, it's enjoyable to share the experience. And I think it's definitely improvement over my first playthrough of the first box because we're taking it so seriously, and we're able to take it seriously because everyone is so game in the channel to take these things seriously. But I do want to very quickly touch on a little thing Anna says here. And it says, I try to be mostly in the background so I don't take away your enjoyment of the game with my criticisms. I try and only give positive or at least neutral feedback until the end. Let me just address that quickly. In my view, we've got a systemic problem in the board game YouTube reviewer world of, for a combination of reasons, an overwhelmingly sort of artificially positive praise environment for games. New games are being pumped out at a rate no one can play them. And Kickstarter is such big business, and the incentives for Kickstarter are all bad in terms of the idea of producing good games. It's all the incentives are set up for producing lots of new hyped up games. So in my view, there's far too much glowing positive comments about games. That's how reviewers make good cozy relationships with publishers, how they get early access to games. So, and just in general, it's a hobby of play, and I think people are predisposed to say positive things, and you say negative things about a game, you're afraid of hurting someone's, look at the tail behind me. The point is, there's nothing wrong with being negative about a game you don't like. If you're negative about all the games we play, then you need an adjustment to your outlook on life. But if you love some games and really dislike others, there is nothing wrong with that, and you are welcome on this channel. We try to keep things balanced. You can't really love the ones that work great if your scale is messed up, and that scale is going to involve disliking some games. Okay, and I think there's plenty to like about this series. It's just not click. It doesn't fully click with us, and when we get to the end, we'll see how we thought. And having different opinions about games is great on this channel. Good time to always take the opportunity to say, since I so often forget, that I have no relationship with publishers. I bought this copy myself. In fact, I bought it at Gen Con where the prices are all jacked up, so I'm not thrilled about that. But yeah, okay. So we've got our new map here. Which has given us 4 new places to go. We also haven't gone to 37 yet. This suggests maybe I was premature in saying there was not going to be anything 37, but I don't know. But I've also written down a couple more things we haven't done yet, so we don't forget. Let me just refresh those. In addition to these 4 and 37, we also haven't looked in the UK. Sorry, we haven't looked in Canada and the UK's locker room. And we haven't found someone to quiz about the Argentinian plot. And we haven't asked the scout about the photo if he recognized someone. I feel like this is just going to confirm information that we already have figured out, but it's rare you get to ask someone about something, so this could be reasonable. I suggest we look around here a little bit more before we decide what to do, before we go do some of those older things. So, I do want to make one last comment that I just remembered. James says, one thing these cases have is great setups, very evocative. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that my favorite part of these is the setup, but I think what you do remind me to say is that there are a lot of mystery games that have come out in the last 5 or 6 years that have attempted to be card-based. And there's something appealing about making these mystery games that are card-based. And for me, this may be the best of those. Like, the cards are these big, oversized cards. The way they interact sometimes is satisfying. It's not overdone. This isn't puzzly. This is deductive. And the extra thing about each case having these big sheets I like. So I really do appreciate that this is the best of these. All right. Let's get away from review territory for a second. What's it gonna be? I'm interested in going to the train station, but I think we go here first. This was our last clock, and I'm really curious to get our next clock. So I want to go here. Kilometer 26. Let's do that. Ah, yes, this is what we were hoping for. We get some more photo finishes. Let's see how they're doing. Look at how these guys are in great shape. These guys are struggling. So here's our front runners maybe. And it's not, maybe these aren't the front of the pack because these aren't our Argentinians. Who are they? Is any of them Kendrick? Kendrick is 252. I think these people must be at the back of the pack. Oh, look at that. Rear pack. Rear pack. Okay. So these people are not going to be winning this race. 244, 247, 283. Let's just look at this here. 244. I'm going to mark these as rear of the pack. 244 is rear of the pack. 257 is United States. Paul Moore, he's rear of the pack. He's also the first time we've spotted him. He's clearly not our assassin. 283 is Alfred Bossu, the Frenchman. He's at the rear of the pack. We already knew he wasn't our killer. Who's this guy who's really struggling? Looks like 254, yeah. 254 is Wilson James, the British guy. He's at the rear of the pack. And 282 is Jean Rougemont, another Frenchman at the rear of the pack. So those guys don't have a chance of winning. We already figured they weren't going to make. Oh, we got a new symbol. What's this? Oh, this is going to be. Huh. Okay, let's see what we got. There's a full-on festival atmosphere around the marathon, which doesn't make it easy to get around. Fortunately, William brandishes his journalist accreditation, which allows you to slip between the organizers, amateur photographers, and other fans. In the second half of the race, large gaps have widened between the runners, and groups have formed. This one seems like it won't ever be able to catch up with the leaders. William confirms two things. One, Mays is not among them, and as for these runners, the podium is only a distant dream. If you have revealed one Who symbol in addition to this one, you may draw card 43. Huh. Sounds like that might be... Well, I don't know. It wouldn't be giving us the identities of these people because we can look them up by their badges, by their things. One thing that you might... We're fairly certain it's only one guy impersonating, but if you weren't sure, you might try to we might try to compare the original photos. Like here's at the 17 mark and our original photos. Like you might look for bib numbers where the identity has changed. Like, is there anyone who has changed what they look like according to their bibs? I don't think that's really up for grabs for us, so I'm not sure it's worth doing. Like, is there any, like, does 257 have a beard here, but not here? But I don't think we really suspect multiple people of imitating each other. James makes a very good point. So we were asking, is our guy making the train? Is he cheating with the train? And we're just looking at the rear pack. So just from looking at the rear pack, I don't think you can say anything. But then I think what James is alluding to is the fact that, let's see if James, can you say why not seeing him at the rear of the pack is evidence that he's cheated and taken the train? Why is that? Why can we jump to that conclusion? Before I reveal it, see if you can express why this rear pack tells us he cheated and took the train. Maybe someone else can say why. The answer is because our guy is way at the back. Isn't that why by the 10 kilometer he's taken over he's stolen the bib and, or not, he's stolen the bib, but he's way at the back of the pack, right? He's in position 16. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess he could still be ahead of these, but these people are all at the back. Everyone else is up the front. What I was thinking is that the fact that this guy was at the back of the pack and now he's suddenly not with the back of the pack suggests that he may have taken the train. But I guess there are some people in his position. There's 257. I guess it's not true that all the people at the back are still at the back. But there's 282, 257, 282, 257, so they're still at the back. 283 was at the back, and here he is, still at the back. 284 was at the back, he's still at the back. So most of the people who were at the back at the 10-kilometer have fallen further to the back. That makes sense, of course. So our guy was at the back. How did he get himself out of the back? Because he got on the train. All right, so let's keep our eye open for this symbol. We can't show this to anyone, right? Okay. All right, where to next? Now we go to the train station, right? Let's see if we can catch. Let's see if we can catch him here. 23. Catch someone knowing, seeing him. Maybe we'll show him a photograph. Or we're going to find out that he couldn't get on the train for some reason. Radlett Station Tunnel. Remember, we have the timetable in the Finnish trash can. Due to the narrow passage, the police have restricted access to the tunnel during the race. As the runners have gone by, you can now visit this place. We can examine the small nook, which is right there. Or we can take the passage to the station. This might actually put us on this train. It's a little nerve-wracking. Let's examine the small nook. I mean, this is a key part of the puzzle we're trying to figure out, is if our guy cheated by getting on the train. Cigarette butts. In the small nook in the tunnel, you find freshly crushed cigarette butts scattered all over the ground. And here it says, Craven Craven. We're told that our Hungary guy smelled of cigarettes. So this really seems like evidence. Our guy got here a little early. He's just waiting for the train. Now, Hungary, is there anything about this brand that should mean something to us? Or do we just hold on to it and look for it again in the future? I don't think we need to do, it's just a hint that it's our smoker. And he was hanging out, hiding in the little nook, waiting for the 242 train. And he knew it was going to be late at 242 because of his schedule. So nothing surprising there. But I'm a little concerned about this here. I'm a little concerned about what happens if we go here. Like, do you think we should go there now? Or should we on our own go to these places first? We still got more cards to draw. Well, maybe it doesn't matter. I'm just a little bit worried that we're going to walk on the train and then... I guess not. The train's already gone. This is going to be someone trying to recognize our guy from the train. Okay, let's do it. Let's lock down our theory here and confirm that our guy got on the train. 28, before we leave. I mean, we're here at the station. Surely that's what we're going to do. Yeah, we're going to ask this conductor if he's seen our guy. Radlett Station. This little newspaper here. All right, here we go. A small suburban station. Only the station master is present on the platform. We can speak to him or we can pick up the newspaper. I mean, a newspaper might be useful, but I wouldn't be surprised if the newspaper isn't just about this same story. So I feel like this might be a second way to get this newspaper. Let's talk to our guy. Let's show him the photo of who we're looking for, see if he recognizes him. 44. Joseph Jones. Look at that. The station master is helpful and talkative. 41 years old. Hello, my dear. No need to rush. You've missed the 442 direct to central London. Everyone is in such a hurry today. For example, just a short while ago, a gentleman came through the tunnel just like you did. I had just blown the whistle at the head of the platform, and the man jumped into the last carriage while the train was moving. I saw his mackintosh caught in the door as his carriage passed me by. How unusual to be wearing a mackintosh in the middle of August. Must be just another foreigner who thinks it's always rainy in England. Still, he managed to just catch that 442 train. In other words, he's got an overcoat on to hide that he's got running clothes underneath. And this guy's saying, why is he in this rain jacket thing? Anyway, all that to say that the train was going straight to central London. No stop at the stadium for that one. And the next one isn't for another 2 hours. You might as well go and take in the marathon. You're running right under those tracks. I prefer football myself. Running's awfully boring, isn't it? But to each his own. Well then, my dear, I won't keep you any longer. Have a lovely day, my dear. But what's this business about no stop at the stadium? Is that a problem for us? Why was he running if he had time to smoke? I think he was hiding out, smoking, waiting for the train, and he wanted to just jump on it at the end so no one saw him. No one had time to recognize him. But I'm worried about this. No stop at the stadium for that one. Straight to central London. Is that a problem? I mean, surely it is a direct to central London train, so he had to know that's what he was getting on. This guy isn't saying, hey, normally we stop at the station, but today we changed our mind and didn't at the last minute. All right, well, he's got a thing. Let's show him the photo. Let's see if he recognizes the guy. Okay, well, we can't show him this photo, but can we show him the 10-kilometer, the 8, is it the 8? What's the other photo? The 17? Is that William saying it's him? Yes, okay. Is it this one? No. So what can we ask him about? Huh. That's strange. I think we're going to have to find a different photo to show him. Doesn't seem to want to talk to us about our original photo. I thought for sure we were going to ask him about our original spotting of Gustav, but he doesn't want to. And he doesn't want to talk about Argentina. I'm not surprised. Okay. Any theories about this part about straight to central London, no stop at the stadium? Is that troubling anyone? Timetable didn't say no stop at the stadium. Timetable, we weren't given much. We were just shown the train times between Radlett and London. The regular timetable has been changed. Direct train from Radlett to Central London. So he knew he was going directly to Central London. I mean, of course, he's not from the country, so you might imagine he could make a mistake, but that seems like that was his plan. So maybe that's what he wants, but maybe it's important that he not be seen getting off at the train station. But the question is, how far is Wembley Stadium from Central London? How far is Wembley Stadium from Central London? That seems like a key question for us if we expect this guy to try to cheat. And we can ask him about something, but we don't know what to ask him about yet. All right, I'm just going to put that over here. Range. All right, let's not worry about it yet. It doesn't mean he wanted to go to Central London. For what purpose, though? We don't know. All right, well, what do you think? Do you want to get the newspaper? I don't think we want I mean, eventually we can look at the newspaper, but it feels like it's just going to be more politics that will help us understand the bigger picture, but not of our primary target. Okay, so shall we follow this down in order? Next stop, the 30-kilometer checkpoint. Too bad we can't go to Central London. I think we just follow this in order, no? 30-kilometer checkpoint. Unless someone has a better idea. Or he gets off the train earlier before the finish. I think it's not a bad idea. He may plan to like sort of jump off the train when it slows down. Jonathan says, I agree, go to the 30-kilometer checkpoint. Okay, let's do that. 33 is the 30-kilometer checkpoint. Okay, here we go. So we've got some runners crossing the 30-kilometer checkpoint. So this is where we tried to go before and they were just waiting. Now they've gone past. There are fewer spectators here, so it's easier to maneuver on a motorbike. Let me just pick something here. So we can speak to the paramedic. We can speak to the child in the audience. Oops. Just moving this thing off the screen here. Okay, so we can look at the order of the runners. We can speak to the paramedic. We can speak to the child in the audience. I mean, it does seem like we want to confirm who we think's going to win because we have to answer that question. And this is pretty far advanced. But on the other hand, like if we're going to find them over here at this checkpoint, why do we care what they are here? I suppose we don't want to make the mistake of picking the wrong guy getting on the train. But it seems like we don't need to know this. Maybe we'll skip this for now. Paramedic. He's going to tell us someone got carried away, right? Maybe. And so we can rule people out from winning. Speak to the child. Is this going to be another marathon runner? Jonathan says, I want to see the runner log to see how he's going to skip checkpoints of the race. All right, so you want to look at the order of the runners, huh? 34. All right, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with going to all those places on that card. Let's see what we've got. 34. Okay, well, there's our times. Let's see if we can, what we've got here. So in first place is someone we haven't predicted. That's Martin Johnson of the US. Let's put it here. First place now is Martin Johnson of the U.S. has come into first place. This is the 30 kilometer. Let's mark this here. He's seen at the 30 kilometer. Okay, then 231. That's our Argentinian, who we bet on. That's good. Then 252. That's Kendrick, the guy who we think's also going to podium, right? Okay. 266 is next. Who's that? Wait. What? What's happened? 266 is our Hungarian. What? What's going on? He's not off. He can't have gotten on the train and gotten off. They're not far enough away. Look, here's his train, and this is where we are now. That can't have been his plan. He had to wait for the train. He had to. The only way he's going to win this race is if he cheats and gets on the train here. You can't put your bib number on someone else. They could willingly do it, but what? What? All right. Well, let's record that we've spotted him. Wow. I'm very confused now. We spotted him at the 30 kilometer mark. Let's see who else was spotted. That's our 266. Who's 233 is our Argentinian. 269 is Eric Manimum. We've already seen him. 245. I'm looking to see if we still, like, there's still people we've never seen that could be our assassins. I just don't believe it, though. 256 is Paul Moore. So he's now found at the 30-meter mark. This guy's at the rear of the pack. The only person we haven't seen is Raul Menard. Is he on here somewhere? 284. He's not here. Why is he not here? Why is Raul Menard not here? He's not here, and he's not at the rear of the pack. Is he here somewhere? Where's 284? He's in last place. Well, I mean, he could very well be in the ambulance here. But what the hell is going on with our killer being here? How is that possible? Where's our rear of the pack? No, 284. That guy's not 284, right? Wait, there is 28. That guy's 284, right? Or is that 254? I mean, if that's 284, but I guess this is telling us 1, 2, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. This is all of them that I don't know where 284. Why does our Hungarian even need to look like he's finishing the race, though? All right. Well, since we're completely flummoxed by what's happened here at kilometer 30, it's time to talk to the kid and the paramedic to figure out what on earth is going on. Talking to the kid first. Maybe this kid knows what's really going on. Elliot Galloway. You speak to one of the children by the side of the road at kilometer 30. I saw that fall behind one of the runners. I saw it happen. He drank it and put it back in his pocket, but he mustn't have put it back right because it fell right out, so I picked it up. The runner was wearing number 243, ma'am. .243 is our Canadian, Lloyd Rogers. And is this some sort of 1940 thing where you take strychnine as a performance-enhancing drug? Or has he put his performance-enhancing drugs in a bottle called strychnine to keep people from messing with it? How strange. But we can ask people about this strychnine. .243 is the Canadian. Do we still have our Canadian guy that we can ask about? No. He doesn't answer questions. Strychnine. Is strychnine a performance-enhancing drug? Wasn't the last case strychnine? No, that was a different case. Maybe if we look in the Canadian locker room, we'll see some sign of that. He says he drank from it, put it back in his pocket. Any theories? Gulped a little strychnine. Any theories? Is that a performance-enhancing drug in the 40s? Or is he just put his chemicals in that and disguising it as strychnine so someone won't test it or something? All right, let's not worry about it for now. Let's continue to see if we can't solve this mystery. Maybe this guy knows it. How many of cards until the next guess, says the chat. Okay, let's see. One on the map. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. So we've drawn 35, and we have to make our next guess at 40. So we have 5 more cards left before we make our next guesses. Five more cards left, if you can help me keep track of when we do those 5. I'm so confused by this 30-kilometer mark thing. We may have 2. It may be back to your original theory that, like, there's a assassin and then there's Gustav who's trying to track the assassin. But I'm confused. Let's talk to the paramedic. Oh, the paramedic might know about the strychnine. The paramedic who's waiting at the scene. He may know about strychnine. Let's see. The young little kid. Yeah, he's going to be able to answer our questions about the strychnine. You speak to one of the two paramedics sitting in the vehicle. Hello, ma'am. You work at the BBC? That's a great job you have there. Do you know Sylvia Jones by any chance? I went to secondary school with her. She was a peach even back then. We don't have much to do around here. Second ambulance is probably already in London as we speak. One of the runners is in the hospital, apparently in serious condition. A group of runners had a bad fall at kilometer 8. Heard it was a fellow from one of those northern countries, a Swede or a Finn, maybe a Norwegian. I thought Vikings were supposed to be strong, hardy type. Anyway, don't forget, if you see Sylvia, tell her you ran into Charlie Byrne. Hopefully she'll remember the good old days. So if we want, we can talk to Charlie about the strychnine. I'm assuming he's going to say, if I had to guess, I'd guess that he's going to say like strychnine in small doses can be used to stave off pain. So this doesn't help us, and this information we already knew. And no one has needed an ambulance at checkpoint 30. But I'll be damned if I understand how our Hungarian is still in the race. Unless someone else is wearing his bib. Then he's got a partner. Boy, that's confusing. That's confusing. However, it's time to go to the next place, and let's see if we can understand. Maybe it'll clear itself up by the time we go here. Let me see. Jonathan says, are you sure the person is in serious condition is not separate from the fall? Could it really be this Canadian? All right, let's take a look at this card again then. Let's see what he says. He says, we don't have anything to do around here. The other ambulance is already in London. One of the runners is in the hospital from a serious condition at the 8-kilometer fall. So he's saying that the fall that happened at 8-kilometer was carried away by the ambulance that was at kilometer 8. So I think that's all he's talking about. The same person who went to the hospital back in kilometer 8. No new accident. That's why his ambulance is still parked here. It's not been needed yet. All right. I'm going to head over to kilometer 35 now. A leading pack. All right, let's see what we can understand here. Well, we got some nice, good photo here. 231, 233. Those are the two Argentinians. Let's see if we can't. 231 is leading. 233 is leading at 35. 252 is Stan Kendrick. So those are on the left here are our three top choices to win the race. 243 is the Canadian with strychnine. Look how happy he is. Like he's taken his strychnine, no more pain. I'm assuming. Or he's got performance enhancing in labeled strychnine. Either way, he's taking performance enhancing drugs. 256 is Thomas Young from UK. 249 is United States Martin Johnson. 266, 266 has been swapped for a different person. Someone else is wearing 266. And then 269 is one of the Finland racers. Okay. So 266 is our Hungary guy that I get it now. I get it now. I get it now. I get it. The chat hasn't figured it out yet. And Tina has an idea of looking at the photos, but that's not it. Okay, so since you've heard me now figure it out, see if you can figure it out. It's actually very clever. I don't know for sure that I'm right, but I'm pretty sure I understand it now. So I don't know why he took his bib. Yes, I do know why he took his bib. Do I? But I think I understand what happened. And Tina says, is it the Turk? No, I don't think so. But I have a theory. Let me just see if I can make sense of the knocking him out. I'm not 100% sure, but I think I have a theory that makes some sense out of our mess of cross theories. There's still a piece I don't understand, but I think I can bring you to it. Okay. All right. No one has I wish it was closer to the 1 hour mark so I could do a little break. All right. Let me see if I can. You got to give the game a little bit of credit. If I'm right, the game deserves a little bit of credit. Okay. See if you can see who can most quickly figure out what my theory is going to be as I present it. Is everyone on pins and needles? Okay. Here we go. John says, check Jesse. I made a guess above Antina. Okay, let me see. Are you sure the person, John, the Hungarian man put the number on a different person who will win the race for him? That's right. That's basically right. But Jonathan's got it. But I think you can say it a little more purposefully. What is the challenge of a marathon? Stamina. It's very hard to run 26 miles. You have to pace yourself to be able to run a full 26 miles. If you only had to run half a marathon, you could run much faster. So what has happened here? Our Hungarian has run the first half of the course. He's ducked into the train station and he's gone home to London. He doesn't care if the train stops in the station. That was our confusion. We were like, why is this guy getting on a train that doesn't stop where he needs it to stop? Because he's not doing a cartoon thing and getting in a train and running from there. He's doing something much simpler. He's only running half the marathon and swapping, dashing into the train station, into the vestibule, handing the bib to a guy that looks like him, who now runs out and is completely fresh. Each of them only had to run half a marathon. And that's what it is. And so he actually is going to finish the race with his original bib. I'm not even sure he's the killer anymore. I'm not even sure he's the killer anymore. Although I think probably he still is. He just has to win podium place. So let's separate the two. First, he has to win to get up on the podium. But we still have to figure out this, why he's knocked over the guy and stolen his bib. But this theory of dashing in, getting replaced by someone is much less cartoonish than taking the train. So what we've got here is the second twin who's wearing this is now completely fresh, and he's going to be able to take over the lead. But the question then still is, why do the swap? Let's think about it in that second. But also, now we know why he's not only still in the race here when we thought he got on the train, he's placed so high up because he's all fresh. Okay, so I think that is the answer to that. Now, we still don't know why he pushed this guy down and took his bib. But is that... so in our... I want to make sure... I want to understand the part about... He's the man wearing 268. So Gustav is wearing 268. And our contention was that 268 was the Finnish guy who he stole it from. Now, why has he done that? Is this a completely separate problem than our killer? Like, has our killer never changed bibs? Is Gustav trying to stop the murder? Because our theory now is that 266 is doing this cheating. Why would he ever swap bibs? I wonder if the 266 Hungary thing isn't something completely different from Gustav. Yeah, Lana says, could it be two separate things? Lots of people cheating, drugs and switches. Our killer is the Finnish switcher because the gun is in the Finnish locker room. We know Gustav switched bibs. Yes, Gustav switched bibs. But do we know that Gustav and the Finnish guy are the same? That's the question. We know the Finnish guy is planning an assassination, and he's got a double to help him win the race. But the question is it possible Gustav has nothing to do with the Finnish guy? And sorry, is it possible that the Hungary guy has nothing to do with Gustav? And that maybe Gustav's even trying to save him. So let me see. We've got two. This is tricky to keep in mind. Let's see if we can't separate it. The idea here is that .266 Racer 266 is our Hungarian smoker. Joseph Roca. And he is planning on cheating. He ducks into the railway station halfway, and a partner comes out looking like him, 266, to take over and win the race, possibly to do the murdering. And he stashed the gun and poison in the Hungarian locker room. And he hasn't switched bibs. But who has switched bibs is Gustav, who's trying to stop the murder. And he's trying to stop the murder by taking on the identity of the Finnish guy who shares a locker room with the killer. And so in that theory, we've got on one hand Bib 266, which is the Hungary guy, and him never switching, never knocking over the Finnish guy, never changing bibs. He just runs half the race, then he hands over his bib to his partner who runs the second half of the race. And then we have separately Gustav taking over the bib of 268, who's the Finnish Jaki Tola. Gustav of unknown original bib. Maybe no bib. That seems hard to believe. Taking over 268, knocks him into the hospital, and then swaps his bib and is seen wearing it at the 10. Let's see here. So we were looking at 266. That's why we were so surprised to see him still wearing 266. He's stolen 268. Why isn't he wearing 268? It's because 266 never changes his bib. That's the Hungarian. Instead, he must be one of these others. Or I'm missing something else. John says, what I lean now is the solution is going to be very cartoony and involve Gustav switching multiple people's numbers when they fell down. He put his number on a good runner who will win the race. What was Gustav's original bib? He had one. What names are left? Well, unfortunately, none of the names are left because, well, Raoul Menard we haven't seen yet. 284. I mean, we marked people off, but I'm not sure we didn't mark them off before we should have. All right, well, let's keep looking for clues. And maybe some of it will become clearer without having to... We're going to look for the double... We're going to look for more clues that Gustav is trying to prevent the assassination. And we'll have to come back. Let's head... let's see. We went to 35. We didn't even read the back of 35, so let's read the back of 35. As you wend your way past the front runners, avoiding the sudden movements of bystanders, you stop the motorbike 100 yards ahead of the pack. Without a word, William gets off and stares intently at the marathon runners, who run past at a steady pace. He remains silent for a while, then he turns to you. Damn, the man we're looking for isn't here. William gets back on the motorbike behind you. After you've made sure he's secure in his seat, you rev up the engine again. If you've revealed one Who symbol, you may draw card 43. Okay, so that is our second Who symbol. Chat channel says, we heard that Gustav hated the British almost as much as the Germans. So now are you so sure he's trying to prevent a plot against them? Well, he is a mercenary, though. I am not sure, but we know from this, at least from this card, that 266, the person who's pretending to be the Hungarian, is not Gustav. Okay, wait a minute. Is Gustav pretending to be the Hungarian? Is that what he's doing? Maybe that is what he's doing. Maybe Gustav was hired to run the first lap of the race as the Hungarian. He's now on the train. He's not going to show up anymore. His only job was to run the first half of the race. Isn't that simple? Is that it? But Gustav was 268, not 266. Gustav was identified as 268, it's true, by William at the next stop. So Gustav was not wearing 268 at the beginning, but you're right that Gustav was identified by William as wearing 268 later on. Let's make sure we didn't misrecord that. Is it here? Yes. Okay, so he's not wearing 268 here. He's this blonde behind him. And now when they get here, William says, there he is wearing number 268. Yeah, that confuses me. All right, well, let's keep running. We know Gustav isn't one of these. Let's combine it with the other one of those we saw. All right, we have two of those. We can draw card 43. What interesting card is this? Where is Maze? You've been riding your Triumph around the pack for several minutes now. William looks dejected. I'm confused, Claire. At kilometer 26, we were able to join the official route on motorbike. We drove past all the athletes who are still in the race without exception. And I'm certain one thing, Mays isn't here. How could it be? I can't explain it. All right, well, I think we now know that Mays was the runner that got on the train. Right? Isn't that the only explanation here? Mays is the guy that got on the train. Hey, is it possible? Can we confirm that 268 has vanished from the race? Well, at the 30-kilometer mark, there's no sign of 268. Hey, is it possible that Mays is supposed to run as 266, right? He starts the race as 266. And he's not a real experienced runner. Is it possible he just crashes into the Finnish guy by accident? We're told that the bibs are a new thing and that they sometimes come off. Is it possible that he's just fallen and his bibs got mixed up with the Finnish guy who lost his bib? Like it wasn't a purposeful thing? So then he stumbles, he falls, he knocks over the Finnish guy, concusses him. He goes into the thing. He quickly picks up the bib, puts it on him, forgetting what number he is, and runs the rest of the race as 268. Then he gets to the switcheroo point, switches with the real Hungarian 266, who continues running. Is it that cartoonish but simple? That the reason why we can't figure out the reason why we can't find a reason why he bumped into the guy and switched is because he didn't have a reason to do it. They just all crashed together, picked up bibs, and went on. That's currently my best get. John says 266 was seen after the trip up. Is that true? That would foul my theory. That would foul my theory. So 266 is seen at the 10-kilometer mark after the crash, but not 268. But then at the 30-kilometer, at the 30-kilometer, 266 again. So where is the 268 seen? Why are we so why are we so sure 268 is still in it? Because at the 17 mark we have a 268. But it's Gustav. So Gustav is running 268 at the 17 kilometer. So at the 10 kilometer, we've got a 266, no sign of 268. So at the 8 kilometer over here, there's the crash up. Looks like 268 lost his bib and went to the hospital. Then a couple kilometers later, 266 is still running strong. 268 is not seen in the race. Then by the 17 kilometer, 268 is back in the race. And it's Gustav. Then by the 30 kilometer, 268 is gone. So I had my accidental theory is messed up by what Jonathan points out. My theory would be he crashed at 8 and accidentally put on 268. If that was traced, we'd see 268 here, 268 here, and then he swaps in the train and we see 266. So that's completely fine, except for this. This is the flaw in my theory, because you can't have him wearing 266 here if he accidentally swapped it at the crash. I think we just have to put this aside for now and come back to it. This is so reminiscent of my first playthroughs, where I'm not sure if I'm making a mistake or the game is making the mistake, etc. So we drew card 43 when we got these two, and what did that give us? That gives us our guy complaining, where is Maze? I think he's gotten on the train. I suppose the alternative is that he was the guy that got knocked into the ambulance. I just don't see that. All right, well, let's continue playing for now. We got to take a break first. We'll take a break. It's already 5 hours in. Looks like it's going to be another long one. We'll take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. The chat has been working on their theories instead of stretching and filling up their tea, but it seems like they've come to a conclusion that I'm a little uneasy with, but seems reasonable. Let me see if I can recap, and you guys tell me if I've captured your theory essentially. As I understand it, the theory you're presenting, and which is a combination of the theories we've all been working on, is that at the start of the race, Gustav has been hired to run the first half of the race as the Hungarian 266. He takes off running, but the journalist, William, recognizes him and starts shouting out after him. He keeps running and ignores him. He's wearing 266. Now, as I understand it, I think part of the theory of the group is now that 266 must check in at every checkpoint, which is why you see 266 at every checkpoint. So it is crucial, this new theory is, it's crucial that 266 is the bib worn by Gustav at each checkpoint. At the 8 mile, our guy Gustav says, okay, I better have some sort of decoy system, bib, if I run into that journalist again who's yelling at me. So he knocks over the Finland guy, Jockey Peltola, or maybe it's just a crime of opportunity. He grabs his bib 268. He goes past checkpoint 10, still wearing his 266. He has to. That's part of the condition of his contract. He's a mercenary. He must pass every checkpoint wearing 266. After checkpoint 10, he gets to checkpoint 17. Sorry, he gets to position 17. It's not an official checkpoint, though. So he doesn't have to be wearing his bib. He quickly switches his bib 268. As he passes, he spots the journalist. He puts on 268 to throw off the journalist, which half works. The journalist gets confused, but does spot him. Comes out screaming and says, it's 28, it's 268, it's 268. That guy's pretending to be someone he isn't, but our guy doesn't listen. He keeps on running. He wearing bib 268, the bib he's stolen. He goes into the train yard. He switches places with the real Hungary guy, Joseph Roca, or another double, who's now going to run the rest of the race. He checks in at the 26 kilometer checkpoint and is recorded wearing his bib 26, just like he's supposed to. At the 30 kilometer checkpoint, and he's going to run the rest of the race as 266. William goes to find them and says, this is the strangest thing. Gustav Mays is gone. I don't know where we lost him. So that's the idea, right? That's the theory. That our guy Gustav was to run the whole race as 266, change identities. The other guy runs the second half. But when he was spotted by William, the journalist who's taking photos, our guy figures, okay, I'll wear 28. I'll wear bib 268 so that if I ever get photographed, they won't have evidence that 266. It's actually pretty clever. Even if you put aside William, maybe the way to reconcile it better is even that, like, he doesn't want to wear that 266 badge except when he really needs to, because he doesn't want anyone to get a photograph of him in 266. If they do get a photograph of him in 266 and then the other guy in 266, they may see they're different guys. So essentially what happens is he very quickly steals the bib of 268 and he says, I'm going to run the race as 268 the whole time. If someone takes photos, they'll be like, who is this weird 268? And he just quickly swaps his 266 just for the checkpoints. I think that makes sense now. It's not even for William. It's just like he runs the whole race as 268, except when he's running his through the checkpoints. And it says, yeah, but he was wearing 266. But was he? We don't know that. He may have been wearing a completely different bib in the beginning. But then why wouldn't he keep wearing that one? Okay, anyway, that's a minor detail, not important. All right, let's get back to our case here. Let's see if we can wrap this up. We've been to 35. Let's head down to 37. If you'll remember, we avoided 37 for the whole game, thinking it's going to be another blank like our other blanks were. Let's see if that theory is wrong. You guys wanted to go to 37. I wouldn't let you because I said it was going to be just blank while they're waiting for the runners. Let's see. Okay, there's a detour. Someone in a motorcycle. That's not us, is it? That's not Claire. Maybe it is Claire. All right. All right. So I was completely wrong. Well, I don't know if it was completely wrong, but they haven't arrived yet. The road through Kingsbury is blocked by the police. We can speak to the police officer, or we can speak to the biker wearing a coach's armband. All right, so they're waiting for the runners. We can speak to these people. All right, let's start by speaking to the coach. 36. We don't know what this is all about, but let's find out. 36. We have 3 more cards to read before we have to guess. The coach armband is Miguel Contestabile. Who is Miguel Contestabile? Who does he work for? He works for the Argentinians. He's the trainer for the Argentinians. Let's see what he has to say. On his motorbike, the man looks confident and arrogant. Hola, señorita, ¿cómo está? Is this your paper? Is this for the paper? Did you recognize me? No, I'm Miguel Constabile, coach of the Argentinian team. You know, I've already said everything about my runners. Yes, they are unknown to the general public. Yes, they are soldiers. Yes, their background is unusual. And I'm the same way. Tracksuits are not my style. We don't look like runners. So all that matters are the results, right? For the time being, we're still in the race. I'm waiting here to give my final advice. You'll see, señorita, like everyone else, at the end of the race, we'll go to the locker room. Just like everyone else, we'll get ready to see the king, except that we'll be the only ones to shake his hands with old George. There will be only one anthem heard on the podium, the hymn of the Argentina, and I promise you this, I won't be wearing a tracksuit. Jonathan says, I think you should recount the cards. I have counted 5 cards since I thought you said 5 cards. Okay, I will check again. Anna's just saying, okay, you had to register your bib. He just thought he could run it the whole time and no one would recognize him. Okay, fair enough. All right, so here's the coach of the Argentinians. He does have a number. We can ask him about people and things. I'm not sure what we have to ask him about. Oh, I know what we could ask him about. He's the Argentinian, right? We could ask him about the assassination attempt. I'm sort of curious to hear what he would say about that. But we have to check. Jonathan said he's a little concerned about the card counts. Okay. So here's 1, the map. 1 here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. So Jonathan was right. That's our last card. We can't even do this. We have to guess now. All right. Well, let us go to our questions and see if we need to change anything. All right. So here were our answers. Well, we all had slightly different answers, but these were our basic answers. Which nation did Gustav May's run for? We still think it's Hungary. What was the purpose of the cheating to get on the podium? Right, to win the race, to get on the podium. That's what we originally said. And then we think it's to poison the person. Where was Mays while the medals were being awarded? On the podium. Okay, so we're going to change that now. Well, what's our theory there? Did he just go home to central London? We know he took the train to central London. But do we think he went back to do the assassination? Or do we think he's chilling out in central London now? And name the 3 runners. Okay, so our runners are still going to be... So before we said the runner was going to be Mays I said it's going to be Mays impersonating Jackie. That's not right anymore. Now we think it's going to be Joseph Roca, the real Joseph Roca, who's cheated. Or someone pretending to be him in order to assassinate. That's confusing. And we think it's going to be one of the Argentinians. Who was at first place at the last one? First place is 249 or 231. 249 is Martin Johnson. I don't know how he's got there. 231 is Alberto Gomez. And then we think it's probably going to be Stan Kendrick from the UK. So, but what do we think for 3? He wasn't hired to do an assassination. He was just hired to run the halfway. All right, so we're going to say central London. It's still weird to think about. Yeah, so actually, I guess I would change my answer here. This isn't going to be the real runner, Joseph Roca. This is going to be an assassin impersonating Joseph Roca, is my guess. Jonathan says something interesting. Jonathan says, I think Gustav switched places with the person labeled as the Hungarian coach because the coach is allowed in the restricted area. Anna says, as a veteran mercenary, more likely to use a gun than a poison, but if he's in central London, why is the gun in the locker room? And if he can shoot from afar, why do you need this whole running switching? And Tina says, far-fetched, but I think one will be the Turk. All right, well, write your answers down to these questions. I'm a little This is so familiar to me from this game series. This is sort of, I remember being in this position playing the first box and being like, it's too much. I make my best guess and then like, feels like we should spend more time on this because we're not sure, but I just, it's like a little bit of an overload. All right, well, that's our 40 card guess. Is everyone happy getting on the record with their theories? Because now we can just go through the rest of the cards. There's nothing to stop us. So let's just go through them a little bit quicker than before since there's no more time limit. Let's ask him about the assassination stuff, card 47. He says, you know, the less I talk about politics, the better I feels. I stick to sport, and that's enough for me. So yes, it's true, Perón is not beloved by all, and there are still many nostalgic Nazi supporters. The coup d'etat was no surprise. Anglophobia is rather present in the ranks of the military, and Perón, with his double dealing, did nothing to calm them down. I see where you're going with this. Let me give it to you straight. My athletes are soldiers, of course, but they are athletes first and foremost. They are here for the beauty of the sport. Nothing else matters to them. Is that clear? It's surprising to see you've got BBC credentiation, though. I always thought it was a serious organization. You haven't got the wrong employer by any chance. You should see if the Daily Mirror isn't hiring. I honestly think you'd fit right in. Okay, so he's pissed off that we're suspecting him. I don't know. I mean, they are all soldiers, but he's just making fun of us. He doesn't seem super suspicious. Okay, let's speak to the police officers. Anything else to look at in here before we so quickly write it off? Anything in the scene you see that's suspicious? Like, why is he here? Let's speak to the police officer. 40. Robert Miller. Anna says, my question is, what is their plan for the assassination? Yeah, I don't know. Robert Miller is 45 years old. He's a traffic officer. The Bobby turns back all the vehicles approaching the entrance to Kingsbury with sweeping arm movements. No, nobody gets through. There are no exceptions, even for the press. Only BBC radio truck, which is already in place, is accredited. Take the detour, wait for the runners at the stadium. That's where you'll get the best view of them. Unless you decide to go on foot, in that case you can join the mass of onlookers who've gathered along the road to Wembley. But I can't promise that you'll see much. There's an enormous crowd. His Majesty's convoy should be here before long. He'll come through right before the runners to reach the stadium by the main road. God save the Queen. God save the King. Okay, useless. So 37 was in fact useless, except for the weird Argentinian coach, and I don't know what he's about. We have now gone to all the places on the map. We've still got a stack of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 9, 10 cards. What haven't we done? Let's go back to the stadium and check the Canada-UK locker. See if we see anything suspicious there that we overlooked. Oh, there's someone there. That's odd. What's happening here? Who is that? Green, orange. What's going on here? The locker room is occupied by a dejected-looking runner. Examine the locker. Speak to the English runner. Well, let's talk to him. Let's see what's going on. It's Wilson James. Looks like he's got a medical condition. Can you imagine it, ma'am? A whole year's training wasted, all because of the unmitigated disaster before we went out to the stadium. Things got heated between the Argentinians and us in the hall. Then suddenly, a runner I'd never seen before took advantage of the chaos to try to hurt Stan Kendrick. Thought he was being sneaky, but I spotted him. Unfortunately, Stan fell on me and I sprained my ankle. He says, I bet Kendrick will end up on the podium. Argentina, I've never seen any of those guys before, but I hear Domingo is unbeatable. Lloyd Rogers has a bad reputation, almost insulted Kendrick this morning. It's a shame that we have to share our dressing room with them. Chile, a loner who doesn't talk much. Finland, Eric Manninen looks in top form. France, they've got no chance. Hungary, I saw him last night. He seems nervous because these are his first Olympic Games, like a lot of runners, actually. Turkey, Tend, again, is a real contender, but I didn't see him at the starting line. So he's suggesting Domingo is going to be the Argentinian winner. Delfo Domingo. He was in the leader pack. I'm not sure why we chose Alberto Gomez ahead of him, because Alberto was in the league. Let's see, where is Domingo in the list? 233. The last checkpoint, 233, was down here. That's why we picked our guy 231. All right. Well, Wilson James doesn't know everything. He's got a card we can ask him about stuff, though. A guy he's never seen took advantage. Will he look at the photo? Can we show him the photo to see if it was Mays? Let's see if he recognizes Gustav. Yep, that was the man who pushed Kendrick in the hallway. I recognize him. He's the reason I sprained my ankle. I'd never seen him before, not at any other competition. Then again, with the war, all the competitions were suspended, so it's not surprising to see a lot of new faces. One thing's for sure, he's not part of our team or the Canadian team. I'd know. We share a locker room. No, all I can tell you is when I came out of the locker room, I saw him coming down the hall to my right. Then the Argentinians started to give us the gears. You know what happened next. Okay, well, I mean, it seems like our guy Gustav, maybe he was paid not just to run the first half of the race, but to ensure that they won. So he tried to get at the leader. Anna says, yeah, sounds like the assassin really wants to get up on that podium, eliminating as much competition as he can. Yes. Okay, let's look at the lockers, even though we don't expect to find anything useful there. A box of bullets. In the Canadian-British runner's locker, you find several lockers and find an unopened box of pistol ammunition. The English runner is in the locker room, addresses you. That's not ours, ma'am. That's a Canadian locker you're going through, with a certain brazenness, I might add. Well, this is making clear to us that this may be like, maybe this is pistol shot for competition in the Olympics shooting. And maybe our whole theory of an assassination attempt is completely wrong. Is it possible that what we found here is a label has skull and vial full of liquid? It's the strychnine. It's a performance enhancer, and the gun is a Olympic marksman gun. Let's ask the guy about strychnine. I think there's no assassination attempt at all. I'm having real doubts about the assassination. Let's ask the paramedic about strychnine. Let's see if he can give us some insight into whether it's a performance enhancer. This is strychnine, ma'am, but then you don't have to be Sherlock Holmes to guess that. It's written on the bottle. You're telling me a runner had it on him? I'm not surprised at all. It's a doping agent. One sip of this little mixture and you're off like a shot. That is, unless you have muscle spasms, convulsions, or possibly fatal breathing issues, of course. But it's not officially banned by the International Olympic Committee. If you have the time, I can tell you about the effect strychnine had on Dorando Pietri at the London Olympics in 1908. Now, it's quite a story and quite a marathon. Oh, you have to go? That's all right, but don't forget to say hello to Sylvia for me. So there's no assassination at all. What we've got here is a locker room being shared by Olympic shooters. And that's some performance-enhancing drug in it, and there's some strychnine in it, performance-enhancing drug, and a rifle for the shooting range. And in the other locker room, there's some pistol shot for the shooting. And what we've got is Gustav Mays just being hired to win this race, not for any assassination. All right, we've done that. What do we have left? Newspaper. Newspaper at the railway station, 9. Newspaper found on the bench at Radlett. King to be at Wembley. Tonight at 6 p.m., His Majesty the King will present the medals to the 3 winners of the main event in the 14th Olympic Games at Wembley Stadium. For this occasion, the route taken by the royal convoy will be placed under high surveillance. According to our sources, MI5 has alerted His Majesty's security services to the possibility of isolated incidents. As the foiled attempt at St. Pancras last May shows, revolutionary groups are attempting surprise attacks on the symbols of our national stability. As a result, traffic will be cut off on the main road from Kingsbury to Wembley Stadium. Despite the circumstances, our Honorable Majesty wished to take advantage of the last few kilometers separating him from the stadium to greet onlookers who will certainly be present in large numbers for this event. It's a rare chance for British subjects to get this close to King George VI. Lloyd Rogers, the comeback kid. After being sanctioned at the Montreal Marathon for cutting off another runner, Lloyd Rogers says he wants to shine in London. I have the support of the Canadian Federation, will do everything to earn my place on the podium, said the champion. Also entered in the shooting events. Lloyd Rogers. Also in the shooting events. Okay. That's why the shot bullets are there. Doesn't say why his gun, if it is his gun, is in the other locker room. Okay. So we have a bunch of cards that we don't know how to access. Let's see. The Boy Scout. We were going to ask the Boy Scout about the photo and whether he recognized anyone. This is the Boy Scout at the 10-kilometer area, I think. Okay. The strychnine didn't have a skull on it, though. Oh, that's a good point. But still, that's a good point. Well, we'll talk about it before we get to the end. Okay, 45. The scout studies the picture carefully. He says, yes, I have seen this runner. I'm sure of it. What did you say his name was? Gustav Mays? I've never heard that name in my life, but I did see him go by earlier. At least, I think I did. The man in the picture was running with the others. I'd say that he was in a group of at least 4 runners, rather towards the tail of the pack. What was the bib number of this Mays? Oh dear, that's too much to ask, ma'am. I'm not good with numbers. My post was right at the start of the route, so it was crowded and the runners were still packed in quite close to each other. That won't be the case at the end of the race, but remembering a bib number, I'm sorry, but I don't recall. All right. So I'm trying to think what else there is to get these last cards. We may just have to look at them because I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to get them. I think we'll just look through these rather than... Is there something we overlooked doing that we could have done? Strychnine. We asked him about it. Did we go to these places? Take a look at the order of the runners. Act the child. We did all that. The stationer. Thought we asked him about everything. We looked at the newspaper. We did that. We did that. Did that. We looked in the locker. We talked to him. Talked to him. We certainly did that. We did that. We did that. We did that. So I don't know. I'm not sure what else there is to do. I think I'm just going to open up these cards, unless someone has another idea. Oh, that's weird. Look what happened when I turned over the card. It says, so there's 50 and 51. That's all that's left. And it says, once you have read all the clue cards except this one and card 51, answer the questions one last time. All right, well, then read this card. That's a weird thing. Like, why did they assume that we were going to... Okay, well, it's time for us to answer our questions. Our third and final time. What's it gonna be? I think Gustav was running for Hungary. I think it was just to win. What's the question? What was the purpose of cheating? To win. Oh, come on, guys. To win, and he was paid to help. So now I think it really is Joseph Roca, who isn't trying to assassinate anyone. He just wants to win. And then where was Mays when the medals were handed out? Still in central London. And then who were the top runners? So it's going to be Joseph Roca, the cheater, who I think is going to be the real Joseph Roca at the podium. having cheated. And then it's going to be Kendrick, the British guy. And then it's going to be one of the Argentinians, but I'm thinking it's going to be 231, the guy who was in the lead at 30. That's the best I can do, which is going to be Alberto Gomez. But it could also be the other Argentinian who the kid thinks is going to win, which is Domingo, would be my second guess. All right, what are your guys' theories? Let's see. I have a hard time. Okay, Anna says the strychnine didn't have the skull. Jonathan says I have a hard time believing guns would not be regulated and provided, but I guess they said they didn't have time to build proper facilities. Anna says it's hard to get close to the king, but he's going to shake hands with the winners, so it still feels like an assassination attempt to me. And Gustav hates the British. And Tina says, what would be the point of Hungary winning? Jonathan says, I'm a little mixed, but I'll go with the assassination just being a red herring. What would be the point of winning Hungary? There is no point of Hungary winning. It's this guy wants to win. Everyone wants to win the Olympics. Why does anyone cheat? They want to win for fame and fortune. And Tina says, I don't get it. What would be the point of Hungary winning? It's not Hungary winning. It's this guy. This guy, Roca, wants the fame and fortune for winning the Olympics. It's going to change his whole career. Anna says, wouldn't you need another runner for winning and not a dead super secret mercenary? Well, I think that's a good point. Why this guy? But maybe this guy's his friend or something. I don't know. It's a great question. And the whole thing about Gustav being dead sounds like it's a complete red herring. It has nothing to do with anything. The only alternative theory I can think of is the idea that the Argentinians, like, let's not forget that book we found. The only other thing I can think of is that our original weird theory that the Argentinians are going to try to assassinate the king, and Gustav Mays and his partner are going to try to get up there to stop it. But that would make no sense. Because if that was what's going to happen, then they would just sit up there with the king rather than fake a winning. Wouldn't you just use another runner for and not a supposedly dead super secret mercenary? Yes, you're absolutely right. But we have no evidence for an assassination anymore. We have no reason why the Hungarian guy would assassinate. I guess you could say he was hired to do it, but he's not there anymore. He's in London. He is not going to be there. There's something we're missing. In all of my playthroughs of this suspect, I've been burned out at the end and just felt like there wasn't enough that we're at point of diminishing returns going through these cards. I'm like run out of energy to search through them for another small detail and doubt that there is another small detail to solve it. But in the past, I have overlooked something in this game and been disappointed in myself. So it's quite possible we are missing something Boy, did we go back and forth with that swapping of big bibs and why, and I still feel like we have got a pretty good idea about what was going on there. I think without more evidence, I cannot accuse someone of assassination. It just seems like an attempt to win and get a medal. And it says, on podium, Kendrick, an Argentinian, and Roca. So Anna is getting away without saying which Argentinian. Jonathan says, feeling a bit drained as well. To me, the triumph was figuring out the swapping of the bibs. As long as we got that correct, I'll be happy. That's a great attitude, Jonathan. I agree. Okay, let's do it. Here we go. Everyone's on the record. Everyone's answered. Okay, here we go. With a dejected air, William turns to you. Claire, I don't understand a thing. I think there's only one thing left to do. Go back to the stadium to see the runners as they arrive. When you get to the stadium, you park the motorbike and take advantage of your press pass to get a good seat in the stands. You take out your sunglasses, open your eyes wide, and suddenly the crowd erupts in cheers. The runners are entering the stadium. Draw 51 to discover the order of the arrival of the runners. You must have answered the questions a final time. Okay, here we go. So that's it. The last card is the arrival of the final runners. This is pretty clever that it's a card. Let's see how close we got. You take your place. The podium is now revealed. You take your place in the stands where the crowd cheers the runners as they enter the stadium. The end of the race is thrilling, and the walls of Wembley Stadium echo with the roars of the ecstatic crowd. The first 6 runners cross the finish line. Okay, Delfo Domingo. That was the Argentinian that our British guy predicted would win. There's Joseph Roca, the cheater. Stan Kendrick. So we essentially got the first 3 right, although we hemmed and hawed about which Argentinian it would be. And then Lloyd Rogers, Eric Mananen, and Alberto Gomez, the last Argentinian. We must do something, Claire. The police should be called before a tragedy. William speaks urgently. We must do something, Claire. The police should be called before a tragedy occurs. Additional question. Will you ask the police to arrest someone? If so, whom? After answering, check the solutions. So William is afraid there's an assassination attempt. I wonder if William recognizes Joseph Roca is not Joseph Roca. Is that what it is? Is it an assassination attempt and William has realized it? Okay, either way, we're going to arrest Joseph Roca, right? Or are the Argentinians planning to kill him because of that book? They can't kill him. They're all soldiers. No, it can't be. It can't be. It's got to be no assassination. Okay, let's see. We could arrest Roca for cheating. And Tina says, is the cheating Canadian in the top 6? Lloyd Rogers. Lloyd Rogers is the Canadian. Do we know which number was the cheating Canadian? Because Tina is making a good point. Like, can we arrest him too can we arrest the Lloyd Rogers for doping? Do we know which one dropped the dope? Dropped the strychnine? I don't think we did, right? Oh, 243. I like Tina's very smart questioning. let's arrest Lloyd Rogers for doping too. I wonder if it's going to turn out the Argentinians cheated in some way too. Okay, we're going to arrest Roca 266 for blatant cheating. We're also going to arrest for Lloyd Rogers for doping, because this person actually saw him 2:43 drinking it. Anna says he said its tragedy occurs. Anna says it's still coming. It's not cheating then, but the assassination attempt, unless he's wrong and he's just paranoid. All right, so everyone has to get on the record now about whether you think there's an assassination attempt going on or if William is wrong. What's it going to be? Everyone get on the record. Is it an assassination attempt or this case called Dead on Arrival? Jonathan Warner says no assassination. Anna says assassination. And Tina says I'm torn. Let's have an official vote here. All right, get your votes. Official. Type vote assassination or vote no assassination. There's no allowed voting torn. You have to pick one. You're voting assassination, voting no assassination. 2 votes for no assassination. 1 vote for Anna assassination. Hamster niece, well, how are you voting? Now, we know our track record on this channel. It is very dangerous to vote differently from Anna. That is really, if you want to play the odds, you vote with Anna. That is really makes you second guess your whole life if you vote against Anna for these games. However, Anna is not fully on the wavelength of suspects. Whatever the cultural thing is with the developers, these French developers, Anna doesn't quite get on the same wavelength as them. Neither do I. I am going to take that last panicky statement by William to be his paranoia. And I'm going to say no assassination. Hamster niece, you got to type vote no assassination. You got to put the word vote first. So it looks like we've got 4 no assassinations, including me, and 1 assassination, Anna. Anna's just so good at these games. It is so risky to vote against her. And now we're going to let her have bragging rights if she's the only one who gets it. All right. If anyone is in the channel, if anyone else is in the channel, now is your time to try to ride the coattails of Anna by voting assassination. Jonathan says if Anna's right, she's going to get another promotion. It's so true. All right. Oh, I just don't know. We were like certain the whole case that it was an assassination attempt. But I think not. I don't think it's an assassination attempt. I think Anna's going to be wrong, and she's going to go on tilt against this game again. All right. Anyone else in the background listening want to get in here quick? Just type vote. Can I change and say whatever Jesse said in the vote? Yeah, you can change your vote anytime. You just say vote something new and it'll replace it. We should figure out Anna's rank based off the chart in the Mugbook rules. It's true. Mugbook puts you up. Okay, well, I'm voting no assassination. All right, here we go. So I think the thing to do is to take our little break 10 minutes ahead of time. So we're going to break now. The vote has been recorded. Well, I guess I can leave the vote open while we're on break. Let's see if that works. We're going to take our 8-minute break here. We're going to come back. And when we do, we're going to read the solution, score, and then talk about the game. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. The final votes are in. 3 votes for no assassination, 1 vote for assassination. Let's turn off our vote here. All right, everyone's got their votes in. We've decided who to arrest. Everyone has made their decisions about who to arrest as well, right? I'm with Antina's idea of arresting the Canadian who cheated by doping, in addition to our cheating guy, but not the Argentinians. Anna, you're the one who's saying assassination, but you still think, who are you arresting? You're arresting Roca, who did all the cheating. Are you also arresting the doping guy? I want to get Anna on the record here with this too. Or are you arresting the Argentinians for the assassination attempt somehow? Anna says just arresting Roca. Okay. If Anna is right about both of this, that there's an assassination attempt and she should have only arrested Roca, it's going to be, I'm just going to quit this channel and just hand deliver the channel to Anna to continue. All right, here we go. Here's our solution. Oh, you probably want to hear it too. Question 1. Which nation did Gustav race for? To answer this question, we must go back to the start of the race. When William was in the press area, he did not expect to see Gustav Mays, whom he had interviewed just before his death. The sight of his face was unlikely, and their surprise was mutual. Gustav also saw William. This chance meeting was the grain of sand that would foil a plot that had been in the works for several months. When William decided to take a picture of Mays, Mays instinctively hid his number with his arm to preserve his cover. His cover. He's an undercover for something. This is going to be painful. But if he thought he had managed to deceive him in this exchange of glances, he knew he was on borrowed time. William was a journalist, and he would not stop there. Gustav continued to run, and the first idea that came to his mind was to change his number. But he didn't have much time because the number he was wearing had to be registered at checkpoint 10. This was an important point in the rules given to the athletes. But after checkpoint 10, anything could happen. Mays decided to take a chance. He caused the group to crash at kilometer 8. With this collision, he literally fell on Jockey Peltola and took his number. He also seized the opportunity to send him to the hospital. It may be recalled that Mays, nicknamed the Pitbull, was an experienced man who was quite capable of this kind of thing. Mays went past the checkpoint at kilometer 10 with his own number, then pinned number 268 on his jersey, the number stolen from Jockey Peltola. After he went past, it was thus normal not to see bib number 268 in the order of the runners at kilometer 10, and to see Mays proudly wearing it at kilometer 17. His sleight of hand worked, but he didn't count on Claire Harper's analytical mind. So that's the end of question 1. What was the purpose of the cheating? Well, to win the race, of course, or at least finish on the podium. But what other reason, besides glory, would lead a runner to want to finish on the podium in this marathon? To get close to the king. King George VI was to present the medals to the marathon runners. Your instincts would surely have led you to the conclusion that the ultimate goal here was to take the king's life. Political tensions were high at the time. The question was asked, what nation did he run for? I think it really told us. It did tell us it was 266, though, wasn't it? Does it? That's kind of weird that it didn't give us that answer. Yeah, I don't know if it told us, but let's continue our reading there. Your instincts would surely have led you to the conclusion the ultimate goal here was to take the king's life. Political tensions were high at the time. As you well know, to find out which nation Mays was running for, you need to figure out what number he was wearing before this change. To do this, you must... Oh, I see. Sorry. I think maybe it was supposed to continue on here. I think we don't get to question 2 yet. We're still doing this. We're continuing question 1. As you well know, to find out what nation Mays was running for, you need to figure out what number he was wearing before this change. To do this, you must first consult the official list of all 28 participants. Document B. Mays' name does not appear on this list. Either he joined the other runners with a fake bib number, or he's racing under a false identity. There were 2 runners who were not present at the start, William James, bib number 254, and Aslan Tandagan, bib number 293. The head referee confirms that 26 runners started the race, so Mays was not an additional runner. He was indeed running under a false identity. By using the process of elimination, it is possible to determine his starting number. If you look At the starting photo, none of the race numbers that are visible can be mazed. 9 runners can thus be eliminated with certainty. The same method of elimination can be used by studying card 17. 8 other runners can be eliminated. By questioning the scout, you can eliminate 6 more that he is formally identified. Finally, Jean Roquette said he recognized Raoul Menard at the starting line. After all of these eliminations, there are only 2 runners left. Johnson, the American, and Roca, the Hungarian. When you question the English runner in the locker room, he tells you he saw Mays coming out of one of the locker rooms to his right, which eliminates the Canadians, the English, the French, and the Americans. We didn't even bother with that. This means there's only one number left, 266. Mays started the race running for Hungary. There are other clues that could have confirmed your reasoning. The content of the Hungary-Finland locker. The fact that he's the only person on his team, or the meteoric rise from 16th to 4th place. Okay, we found the others. But now it seems to suggest that the locker was his. Okay. What was the purpose? To win the race, of course, or at least finish on the podium. But what other reason besides glory? To get close to the king. Your instincts will surely have led you to the conclusion that the ultimate goal here was to take the king's life. Political tensions were high at the time, and there were few opportunities to approach the king. As stipulated in the protocol, the runners were to return to the locker rooms before the medal ceremony. So the plan was simple. Finish in the top 3. Go back to the locker room to change, get a weapon, and return to the podium to assassinate the king. Oh, Anna. Where was Mays when the medals were being awarded? To answer the question, you must understand how the deception took place. Bib 266 went from 16th to 4th place. To what miracle did he owe this extraordinary comeback? Simply by running only half the marathon. Mays ran the first 23 kilometers and Roca ran the rest. In the Finnish and Hungarian locker rooms, there are train timetables to London. Mays had to arrive at the station before 42. Joseph Roca was waiting for him in the tunnel, wearing a Macintosh to hide his athletic gear. He was probably nervous because he was smoking. Don't forget, Jean Roquette told you that the Hungarian runner was a smoker. In the tunnel, Roca gave his Macintosh to Mays, took his place in the race. Fresh as a daisy, then made a dazzling comeback to finish on the podium. Meanwhile, to avoid detection, Mays boarded the train to London. He was there at the time of the medal ceremony. We got that part right. Name the 3 runners who end up on the podium. This is a game of predictions. Sports events are not an exact science. To find the right answer at this stage, you must use your nose like a forecaster or an investigator. If you had discovered that number 266 was a cheater, you might have guessed he would end up on the podium. It's easier to win when you cheat. As for the other 2 runners, there was no way to be sure, but unless there was a big upset, they had to be in the leading pack or considered as favorites. The podium consists of 233, 266, 252. Will you ask the police to arrest someone, and if so, whom? Clearly, all evidence points to number 266, Joseph Roca. He's the person who must be stopped before a tragedy occurs. If you ask the police to arrest Joseph Roca, you score 5 points. You did not have anyone arrested, or you scored between 0 and 10 points, you've obviously missed something. However, Roca will not be present on the podium. The next day, you learn he was disqualified for cheating and arrested by the police. He'll never be heard from again. So even if you get 0 points, there's no assassination. Between 11 and 16 points, MI5 British intelligence thanks you heartily. We had heard there was to be an attempt on the king's life, but we didn't know when or where it was to take place. When we found out you were investigating the marathon, we put our best people on the case to follow your investigations from a distance. This led to the arrest of Joseph Roca. The extremists managed to cover his tracks in order to run the marathon with the ultimate goal of assassinating the king. We found a revolver and a vial of cyanide in his locker. Apparently it was a revolver, not a long gun. Roca intended to end his life after committing his crime. His Majesty narrowly avoided the work of a madman. Even though they were told to wear their running clothes, where was his gun going to be? We don't know. As for Gustav Mays, he was arrested in London, but it seems he was simply an underling paid by Roca to help him win the marathon. So all his background as a disappeared spy thing, he's just been hired to run a marathon. Why? Even though he's not a runner and he's a smoker? If you got 17 points or more, MI5 says, may God bless you, Miss Harper. Thanks to your field investigation, we were able to arrest Joseph Roca, who was preparing to assassinate the king. We found a revolver. We also found a copy of Freedom, the controversial anarchist newspaper that has been circulating on the streets of London for the past few months. As for Mays, we arrested him in London railway station. He obviously denied everything, but the evidence suggests he was simply an underling who was working for Roca. At this stage of the investigation, we're not even sure that he was aware of the real intentions of the person who hired him. Well done, Miss Harper. You've saved the kingdom from the heinous actions of a fanatic. Okay, so let's calculate our score, and then we'll figure out where we are and then talk about it a little bit. So we arrested Roca, so we get 5 points. We tried to arrest him for cheating. He was trying to assassinate the king. The game doesn't care. We also tried to arrest Wood Rogers, which was a very clever observation by Antina that we caught him cheating. Game doesn't want to hear anything about that. That's our plus 5 points. Now, as for our answers, our first answer was Hungary, that we got right and never changed. I'll calculate my score. You guys can calculate your score. So that's a plus 5 points. Then what was the purpose? To win, to get on the podium, to win, to get on the podium, to win, to get on the podium. So we got our 5 points for getting that right, essentially. Where was Mays when the medals were awarded? Okay, so first I said on the podium, then I said in London, and then I said in London. So that's a 4 points. Who, the 3 people who end up on the podium? So in the beginning, I said Jackie Pelota. That's wrong. Then on 4, I said the assassin, but I think that's basically wrong. But Joseph Roca, well, he was the assassin, but I was thinking Mays. So I think I only get the 3 points for that. How many points you get? I guess you're supposed to get a point for each of them. I don't know. You have to divide this up. Hendrick, I guess a total of 3 points I'm going to give myself for getting it basically right here. Maybe only 2 points. So 5, 10, 14, 17 plus 5 for arresting is 22. Maybe 21, 22. So either way, we're well into this area here. Jonathan Warder has a good point. He says, I think the game said maybe that it was that the strychnine wasn't banned. You might be right, Jonathan. You might be right. You might very well be right that it's not illegal. All right, so no matter, even if you didn't give us any points for the podium, whatever, we still easily got into the best answer. But we know in our mind, Anna is the real winner here. First of all, Anna only arrested Roca. She didn't arrest the other guy, the Canadian, like we tried to. And she knew there was an assassination attempt. And we did not. This is why Anna is our lead detective. However, Anna's giving me some credit, so it's important we read that. Jesse was right. As soon as we found the locker, the case was closed, or should have been. Why hire a trained soldier to help you run and cheat? And Tina says, question, the first to get on the podium was with the intention to kill the king, but the last to get on the podium was to win. How many points? Okay, let's see. If your first answer was to get on the podium and your last answer was to win, how many points do you get? I would, I don't think it's going to matter, but I did give myself the full 5 points, even though, well, at the first we thought it was assassination. So the first and the last one I didn't. So maybe I should take off a point for myself. I would give yourself maybe 4 points instead of somewhere between 5 and 3, 4 maybe, instead of 5. And maybe probably I should have given myself 4 too. But still, that still brings me to over, as long as you're over 17, it doesn't really matter. All right, so let's mark our place here and talk about this experience a little bit. While we do, however, I'm going to show you this new drink. Now, this looks like a can of beer, doesn't it? Jonathan wants to know, how does Anna claim ownership of the channel? Like, what's the procedure? Is that what you're asking me? What's the formal procedure? What form does Anna fill out? All right, we'll talk about that offline. This looks like beer, right? But look what it is. It's called Severed Lime. It's a sparkling seltzer, a little bit flavored with the flavor of lime, that Greg's wife Jill discovered. It's got 20 calories because it's got a tiny little bit of agave nectar, which gives it a tiny little bit of sweetness. But it's essentially, for all intents and purposes, calorie-free, 20-calorie lime-flavored water. It almost tastes like lemonade, limeade. Really quite delicious. No artificial sweetener. Just a tiny bit of real sugar, agave sugar. I don't know why they make it look like a can of beer. That seems like a really poor marketing choice to me, but all right. So I'm going to put a mark here. Did I already put a mark? I can't remember. I don't know what to do about this game. It's a very strange situation, this game. It's like an enigma to me. It's very perplexing. It's very rare that we get a game that feels so mixed in terms of quality of components and mystery and misfires. Like, it's much more common to get a game that clearly was sort of rushed out, wasn't done with much love, and it just fails all across the board. The channel is asking Anna, what's the next stream? All right, guys, she doesn't own the channel yet. Take it easy. But Anna says these games start out strong, but they get worse and worse as you read more and more cards. Jonathan says, overall, I enjoyed this case more than the first. To me, the core mystery of trying to understand the swapping felt like one of those cases where it was about how to make these odd facts fit. And we managed to solve it. Well, you're right, Jonathan. Like, we talked yesterday about the fact that the best cases are the cases where you've got all these facts and you can't make a single, you can't make even one consistent explanation. And you are absolutely right that this felt like a long, serious case where we could not make sense of the bibs and where we rocketed between one theory and another, trying to explain this assassination attempt. We caught on to an assassination attempt early, and we just could not figure out what was going on with the bibs. Were there two people doing things? Why is he switching bibs? And it was that wonderful moment where like he got on the train, but the train doesn't stop at the stadium. It just really confused us. We had made this assumption that he was getting on the train to cheat, to take the train to the end, and it didn't make sense to us. And then at some points it sort of all clicked in. That he was running half the race, and then the changing identities and the fact that you could see in the pictures when they had changed identities and changed bibs. So I would say you're right, that the core of that was very well done, very enjoyable, and that the components that brought that to life, the photos of different subsets of the runners wearing their different bibs and being able to just make out the bibs here, and then gradually having to fill this in, that was really, really well done. So I think, you could say 75% of this case was actually really well done and enjoyable, and the art is beautiful, and all this dense evidence of trying to make sense of it. So half this case, 75% of this case, was really well done, really satisfying. And having this map, this full map of the race, and saying, well, why would he have the bib here and not here, and all that stuff was really wonderful. But the other 25% was so troubling, and it's almost like, wow, why did someone not have an intervention with this game and fix that 25%? Like, if you're going to go to all the trouble to make this amazing 75% game, why do you not have that 25% fixed by an editor? It's just, every case of this game feels like there are big holes in plausibility, holes in evidence. Yes, we assume there's an assassination, but we find this locker with a gun and poison, but we don't tell anyone, and we're just looking in the locker. We can see the gun. It just was so weird. And then to have no evidence, like, we went right back to the situation where you could come up with 10 plausible explanations. And I challenge you, on what basis do we assume it's an assassination rather than just wanting to win the race, which is much more common? People cheat to win races. Because we looked in the locker and saw a gun and poison? I mean, yes, that's why we jumped to the conclusion originally that it was an assassination, but then we saw bullets in the other guy's locker, which clearly were for a shooting competition. So why couldn't that be happening here? And we saw the strychnine one. Isn't it logical that it could be performance enhancing? Like, you've got to have a way to settle those questions. There has to be some evidence to settle those questions. We saw no evidence that this guy was politically motivated. He's going to kill himself, kill the king and kill himself, but we've seen nothing about his political inclinations. And then they've got this guy who's running half the marathon, and this story about him being blown up in the war, and he's a smoker, and somehow he coincidentally got hired to run half a marathon. That's insanity. As Jonathan pointed out, you have to have a runner. You're going to win an Olympic marathon. You're going to win an Olympic marathon by some guy off the street who's a smoker. He's going to run half the marathon. Come on, guys. That's not right. That's just insane. And then the other problem with this system as a whole, which can be very enjoyable procedurally, is the randomness of what you're going to get when you look in a card. You look at the newspaper and maybe it's nothing, or maybe it's an absolute central key to an assassination attempt. Very weird. And this whole thing about, as Jonathan is talking here, Jonathan says, the advanced time mechanic could use another pass. It mostly worked, but it didn't really like not being sure you could find a way to advance time on your own. That was very odd. In fact, look at this. We looked at this, and it says, hey, Once the 26th card is drawn, you get a runner's position symbol, right? And the card with asking for the runner said, hey, when you get the second symbol, or when you find the second symbol, or when you get given to it here, then do this. So we started off the whole game thinking, all right, clearly we have to find the second symbol so that we can try to answer this question. There's no second symbol. There's no second symbol. There was no way to have this time click by other than just waiting for it. I suppose, well, I guess in fairness, what it's saying is that you could just get this one if you didn't visit here. Okay, so fair enough. You might not have ever drawn this before here. So I take that back. You had to find this card and advance this time. But I guess once you open this, it should have probably told you not or, but you'll get it when this happens. But the time was weird. Like, we went to that place and then we tried to go to these other places. It's like, yeah, you can't go there. Or you go there, you wasted your cards. But how would you have known that? That's the other little weird thing about this whole mechanic. It's like, hey, the most important thing is you draw these cards super efficiently so that you can answer the questions early. But is there really a way to figure out what cards you should draw? It seems pretty darn hard to use logic to tell you what to draw. But it's not the worst thing. Anna says one of the really weird parts, the ironic things about it, is the idea that the runner who was hired to run was the smoker, and the assassin was not a hired assassin. He was the real runner who was going to ruin his career and commit suicide, with no background given to us about why on earth he would do that. Very strange. Like, shouldn't they have at least told us that there was some reason that Hungary wanted to assassinate the king? Wouldn't that have been, like, you got to give us a little bit. That's just so bizarre. The system is so promising. Anna says, no, I mean, Gustav wasn't the smoker, Roka was. You're saying Roka was the one waiting and smoking. Were they both smokers then? Maybe I missed some of the... I thought I see now that the end was telling us that Roka was waiting and smoking. But weren't we told that the other guy smelled of smoke too? Very strange. I think the other thing that was a real kind of misfire to me here was this thing about all the effort that went into deciding who was going to end up on the podium. And then the solution says, hey, you don't really know. I'm going to assign you points on it. A quarter of your points are going to be based on who you guess, but does it really matter? Do you care? And it's sort of probability based. And then half the people we're talking to us about who they thought was going to win. That's a very weird situation. You're dealing with this assassination of a king case, and you're spending huge amounts of time trying to figure out the gossip of who's going to win. And then to have the ending not matter if you figure out, like, how bizarre is that? That we end the case, and if we haven't figured out it's an assassination, we get the same score as if we figured out it was an assassination. Isn't that bizarre? That's so weird. I mean, I stand by my feeling that component-wise, art-wise, I mean, these are just stunning pictures. And mechanically, and being able to talk to these people is just so beautiful, so nice. The variety, sometimes you have objects you can ask people about, sometimes you have scenes. It's all mechanically so good. And in this case, 50-75% of it worked really well, but this needs someone else to work on these mysteries. They need to have another person clean up these mysteries and make them more affirmatively plausible. So bizarre, and fix the questions. Fix the scoring thing. Oh, it's so bizarre to me. Jonathan says it almost feels like originally it was just about figuring out how someone cheated, but maybe they had to throw in an assassination. Maybe he wasn't really a runner, just an assassin, so he hired a runner. Jonathan says it's surprising how taxing these cases can be. That's not necessarily negative. Well, I mean, I should say what I always say, like, it's the journey, and we've played another 6.5 hour case based in cards. No other little card-based mystery game has done that, and you really got to give it credit for that. And I'm on the record as saying I would rather have an implausible ending that really challenged us and challenged our thinking and theories than I would have an easy case. So maybe I shouldn't be complaining. It's better to have an implausible ending that caused us to agonize over it. And it's not like the assassination was out of left field. Anna figured it out, and that's what we thought was happening for most of the case till we swung around. It's twice, though, that it's kind of felt like what we've tried to figure out at the ending is what the game designers think the ending should be, rather than what seems most likely and plausible. Feels like this is twice now where you could have tried to get the right answer by guessing, are the game designers really going to end the case without an assassination? Whereas if you asked yourself, what do I have real evidence for? It's not really an assassination. But, I mean, I did enjoy the process. And as Jonathan points out, that trying to solve that core mystery of the runner and who it was and the bib numbers was very satisfying. And we did figure that out. All right. Any other final thoughts here? So we've got one more case to play from this box. John says, how do you feel you're comparing to the last box you played? Well, this is absolutely more enjoyable, but it's because I'm playing with you guys and we're doing it, taking it so seriously. I really I don't remember all the details of the first box, but I do feel like it was a much more rushed playthrough, that I just missed too much because I was being careless. Here I feel like most of the problems are still here, exactly as they were with the first box, but we're not missing nearly as much as I missed. We're not making the logical mistakes I made. Some of those mistakes were just because of frustration at the system and the lack of good evidence for an affirmative assessment of what's happened. But here I feel like we're at least putting in the time to consider things, and so it's a better experience. But I really feel like there's a missed opportunity with these boxes. Someone else needs to help out this main guy who designed the whole system, which is a brilliant system, Guillaume Montiage. I mean, he is writing these. These are all written and made by the same pair. And there's a lot to love here, but it's not clicking with us. It's not satisfying us fully. And maybe that's just a subjective thing. Maybe there are lots of groups that feel like it's the perfect amount of clues. It's the perfect amount of evidence. And the fact that we put our final answers differently, and Anna was right, has to say something good about the game. Anna says, my problem is, even if you guess the solution, it's not satisfying. because of the unbelievable parts and confusion and being more and more frustrating as you go forward. Yeah. And how would you compare the two cases, yesterday and today? And maybe the first box versus this box. Would you do you think you like this case better than yesterday's case? I definitely like this case better. I think the elimination of people using the charts, the photos, and the core mystery of the bib was much more satisfying. So it sounds like we all liked this case better than the previous one. So maybe we'll like the third one best. So Anna is now taking over ownership of the channel. She'll let us know when her next stream is. We can all tune in. Hungary is on a different time zone. As from Hungary, maybe she has some inside information about the assassination of the king. What's it called when you kill the king? Something Yarki. What is it? Regicide. Regicide when you kill the king. All right. So tomorrow at 3 p.m., in a few hours from now, we'll be reading the Dear Holmes letter. I was thinking of doing the third game here Sunday night, but I'm not going to do that. Greg and I are going to get together and record a top 10 movie review for his channel. So we'll be playing the third and final case from this box probably sometime next week. I'll let you know when. You stop by the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel. You'll find a link on the About page of the YouTube, and let me know. We've got a couple of people who have joined us for these Suspects playthroughs. If you stop by and let me know what day of the weeks work or don't work for you, I can try to arrange a schedule so that we play the third case when you guys can make it. I'll see some of you tomorrow. Do keep your eye out for our review and playthrough of Forbidden Jungle. Let's just do a last check-in. And it's a similar experience with the first box in yesterday case. As I said above, no matter if I guess the solution or not, it's still frustrating. I don't think it's as frustrating to me. It's just a little bit disappointing. It's a little bit, you get to the end, you needed more evidence, something more to help you go one way or the other. All right. I'll see you all tomorrow.